that. And then we'll make sure the chat is on the phone here. Chat connect to YouTube. We got 1, we got 2. Beautiful, welcome in. Friends who are joining us on YouTube, it's nice to have you. My name's Lieu. I'm a home cook, I'm a recipe developer. This stream is live, but if you're watching it after the fact, thank you, I appreciate you. Please hit the like button if you're watching it live, or if you're not, please hit the subscribe button regardless. It helps the channel and helps me as a content creator. So thank you in advance for that. Today we're doing a cookie baking process. We have a thing called Cookie Club for the members of our live streaming community on both YouTube and Twitch. You earn entries throughout the month. We pick some winners, and then we make cookies live on stream and send them to members of the community. Today we're doing our third installment of cookies from 108 Asian Cookies by Dr. Kat Lieu. Kat is one of the founding members of the Subtle Asian Baking community. This is her second cookbook. We have done 2 other cookies from this book. The first cookie that we did from here was the sweet sriracha cookies. Last month, or 2 months ago, we did the black sesame white chocolate cookies. And this month, we're going to be making the spicy ginger chai cookies. In the book, they look like this. Stick around and see if they look like that when I'm finished with them. I bet they'll look pretty similar. Anyway, it's nice to have you. When we're not baking cookies on this stream, we do a lot of other cooking. It is a cooking channel. I do vegetable forward family meals. We do meal prep. We do some other kinds of baking. We do make cookies pretty regularly, snacks, etc. And sometimes on stream we get out into the world for in real life, that's IRL to those who know, in Philadelphia, which is where I live. If you're joining us after the stream is live and you want to catch up on chat, if you're watching on the vertical video, the chat is going to be down here somewhere. And if you're watching on the horizontal video, the chat is going to be down here. You can see the chat from both Twitch and YouTube, folks who were part of it live. So if you're like, Lieu, what are you responding to? It was going to be it's in the chat, or it came out of my head. So one of those two. Anyway, thanks for joining us. Welcome in. It's nice to have you. Again, please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button, and away we go. So, as I said, we're making these spicy ginger chai cookies today. So we're gonna read. I'm going to read this recipe first. I read the recipe several times already, but, and this is a big but, there's always something. There's always some other thing that's like, that we have to do. So, I'm going to read what Kat wrote here about the actual cookies. The blurb, if you will, the chef's blurb, the little write-up at the top, the part of the blog that people skip over, you know the one. I like to read those, and I thought this was a good one. So she said, growing up, I never made gingerbread or ginger molasses cookies, but since I started baking in 2017, I've developed a fascination with treats that contain ginger. Ginger cookies are found in many Asian cultures, with the Chinese making versions of gingerbread as early as the 10th century. In Korea, there's maejakawa, a sticky, sweet, gingery cookie that you fry. Then there are all the ginger cookies made with jaggery across South Asia. Speaking of South Asia, I have a deep love for spicy chai, so naturally, I wanted to make a cookie that tastes like chai. These spicy chai cookies pack an extra zingy punch thanks to the ground ginger and candied ginger. Then there's the rye flour, which amplifies flavors, especially spicy ones. To really bring out chai flavors, I recommend adding hojika powder or black tea. Chai powder is a good alternative to those tea powders. However, since it already comes with spices, you may want to omit the cardamom and black pepper if you use it. So we're not using chai powder today. I have all of the ingredients that the recipe calls for. So we're going to make these cookies as described in the book. Directions to make the brown butter. So ingredients in these cookies, and I for the folks that have, for the folks that are receiving these cookies this month, I sent the recipe, but if y'all want to follow along, I'm going to post this recipe in the cookie chat channel in Discord right now, because it is available online, and so why not? So this recipe, the one that I'm making, is currently in the cookie chat channel in Discord, and there is a link to Discord in chat if you want to have a look at that. So this recipe calls for unsalted butter, which I bought unsalted butter for this recipe, dark rye flour, have a big old bag of that, hojika powder, baking soda, baking powder, ginger, ground cardamom, ground black pepper, light or dark brown sugar. I'm using dark brown sugar today. Egg, blackstrap molasses, lemongrass paste, red miso, crystallized or candied ginger. We're using crystallized ginger, and turbinado sugar for the outside coating. So there's a lot of spices in this. So these are called spicy ginger chai cookies, not because they're hot, like heat, but because they have hojika powder, ginger, cardamom, black pepper, sugar, molasses, lemongrass, and ginger. Like, there's a lot going on here. So they sound pretty good, honestly. Beth, welcome in. Nice to have you. So, steps in this recipe. To make the brown butter, cook the butter in a saucepan over medium heat while whisking continuously until the butter foams. The foam subsides. The butter is golden and brown, not black. Bits form on the bottom at least 5 minutes. You're looking for a nutty aroma, not a burnt smell. Remove from the heat, set aside to cool or chill in the freezer for a few minutes for faster cooling. Step 2. Whisk the rye flour, hojika powder, baking soda, baking powder, ginger, cinnamon, cardamom, and pepper together in a medium bowl. Set aside. Pour the cooled butter into the bowl of a stand mixer fitted with the paddle attachment. Add the brown sugar and mix on medium speed until well combined. Add the egg, molasses, lemongrass paste, and miso mix until thoroughly incorporated. Add the rye flour mixture and mix on low speed until just combined. Using a spatula, fold in the crystallized or candied ginger, cover and chill the dough for 30 minutes. About 30 minutes before baking, you adjust 2 racks and preheat your oven. Then you scoop a tablespoon of dough, roll into a smooth ball, then roll in the bowl of turbinado sugar to coat. Repeat to make 30 balls, placing them 2 inches apart on the prepared baking sheets. Bake for 13 to 15 minutes until the cookie edges are set and the tops puff and crack. So we're going to follow this recipe as written, no modifications. I've never made this before, so this is a first make for me. I'm going to do a double batch of these. I'm pretty sure that we can do a double batch of this in the stand mixer. So what we're going to do is we're going to prep all of our, well, first off, we're going to prep all of our ingredients. So I'm going to make 2 batches. I'm going to make 2 double batches worth of fully prepped ingredients, meaning we're going to do a double batch of the flour, tea powder, baking soda, a double batch of the dries, combine all those. We'll do a double batch of the wets. We'll combine those. We'll do two double batches. When I say 1 batch, I mean 2. Anyway, and then we're going to assemble. So I also need to do a couple things. So we need to brown the butter. I need to chop the crystallized or candied ginger because it doesn't look like it's chopped enough. The ones that I got are these. So this is the crystallized ginger, and it's chopped a bit, but it doesn't look finely chopped. I'm not seeing huge like chunks of ginger in this, so we're gonna run those through the food processor for a couple pulses because I don't want to chop those by hand. That's a like food processor job. So let's start with getting our ingredients prepped, and then we'll do one batch and let that cool. While that cools, I'll prep and get ready for the baking. Or maybe we'll see. Once we get to the point where I need to put one of them in the refrigerator, I might just dump it in like a big bowl and then get another batch like right away, get started. So let's start with getting our dry ingredients measured out and whisked together, and then we'll go from there. I'm gonna do, I guess with the brown butter, I think I should make the brown butter first and then do the like pour that out and let that cool. And because the brown butter is going to go in brown sugar with the cooled, it says pour the cooled butter into the bowl of a stand mixer. So it's supposed to be pretty liquidy. It's not supposed to be reconstituted. So I think what we're going to do is measure out I'm going to measure out the dry ingredients. It really is sort of the flour that's the biggest difference here, because the liquids are fine. This calls for 4 cups of the dark rye flour, or 2 cups per batch, 4 cups in a double. So I'm gonna measure that first, and then just sort of do a gut check on like, do I think this is all gonna fit in the mixer? Because I'm always a little concerned about the mixer size. And now I'm realizing that I don't have any of my quart containers. I use them all for tomato soup. All of them. Which is annoying. Not that annoying. So we're going to use these 2 bowls for the rye flour. For the flour and the dries. So I have rye flour, tea, baking soda, baking powder, spices. Sugar, I will put in. Sugar, I'm going to measure into the bowl directly when I'm mixing it, so that's fine. The eggs, I will crack into the crack directly. Molasses, I need a half a cup of molasses, tablespoon of lemongrass, tablespoon of miso. Okay, so all of that can go in all the wets go into the bowl directly, so I'll just measure those directly into the bowl. The only thing I really want to add, that I really want to like keep separate, or not keep separate, but I need to like prep ahead of time, seems like the dries. So the butter goes into the bowl, then the sugar, then egg, molasses, lemongrass, miso, all the wets, then the rye flour mixture, then the crystallized and candied ginger. Okay, cool. So we're going to measure out the dries first, and of course we're going to use our scale, because this book, being a quality publication, has given all of the weights for this instead of just the measurements, which is like, you know, how it should work. So rye flour. We have 4 cups of rye flour. So a cup of rye flour is 120 grams, it says. So I'm going to take my cup measure and kind of just do, it gives me an actual weight. So yeah, that's 101, and I didn't really level that. So 240 grams of dark rye flour. That's 480 grams total, because I am doubling this. That's 403, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 480. 481, 479, 480. Perfect. Okay, so that is, what, 240 times 2 is 480. All right, so that is our rye flour for 1. This is rye flour for batch number 2. 1, 2, 3. And I'm not scooping this in, so I'm scooping it, but that was 4 scoops, and then I'm just getting up to the 480 that I need. Because I'm not like leveling the scoop off or tapping it down or doing any of the things that you would do if you were like using a measuring cup to make sure it was correct. Because she gives weights here, I'm using the weights. So we have 2. This is good. So I measure all of this kind of like the whole batch worth of stuff ahead of time because I like to be able to clear my counter off. There's no point in like leaving all this stuff out. So as I'm going here, we're going to get all of this cleared off the counter as well. 2 tablespoons of the Hojika powder. So I got this powder. This is a green tea, and this is, you could brew this just as a tea if you wanted to. This is fresh. I am opening it right now. I haven't used this before, so this is a new to me ingredient. Tea is not new to me, but like this specific type of tea is new. And we're doing 2 tablespoons of this per cookie. So 1, 2 per batch. Again, 1 tablespoon per batch for the recipe, 2 for me. 1 and 2. And I anticipate using this again because this is an ingredient in a couple of the cookies from this book. So we will see this again. I'm also curious to brew a batch of that just as tea, as opposed to using it just for baking. So baking soda, confirm this is baking soda. It is. Half a teaspoon of baking soda per batch, which means 1 whole teaspoon of baking soda for a double batch. So 1, confirm that number, half, whole. Okay, so 1 and 1. Baking soda is finished. Baking powder. Half a teaspoon of baking powder. Okay, so I want, again, a whole teaspoon of baking powder. 1 and 1. 2 teaspoons of ground ginger. So 4 teaspoons of ground ginger per batch. 1. Confirm? Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then that's 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Ooh, it smells good in here right now. 1 teaspoon of ground cardamom. So 2 teaspoons of cardamom per bowl. 1 per batch, 2 per bowl. One, 2. 1, 2. Twindrella says, I got a bottle of corn extract. So that's not corn syrup, right? Because corn syrup is different. Corn extract is like, what color is that? I'm assuming it's like opaque. In the next batch, oh man, corn extract and ice cream sounds amazing. Corn syrup and ice cream, not so much, but like, just like a corn, I'm assuming corn, wait, oh, you're saying corn extract. I'm like, oh, like vanilla extract. I'm thinking of like corn juice. Like you got a bottle of like corn juice, which would also be good in ice cream. At least to me it would. Ground black pepper. Well, I need to grind some black pepper because I used all my pepper last time in the last stream. So let's grind some black pepper here. We'll grind a little bit and then we'll put it in the, whatever I don't use here, I'll put it in the container. We're going to grind it into, a little bowl here, or not bowl. This is a little pint container. So I'm going to use my little grinder. New little kitchen gadget. It smells very corny. I would imagine like extract, like vanilla or almond. Yeah, okay. So it's not, I was just imagining like juice, like some kind of corn juice or like, you know, with like pulp. I was imagining like pulp being in it somehow. Which, now that I'm saying it, doesn't seem all that great for baking purposes. Okay, I changed the grind on this pepper grinder to be fine. When I grind pepper for the house, I don't, I kind of put it on the medium setting, so it's a bit chunkier, but I want this to be mixed in more with the other spices. So I changed it to the finest grind that it can be. And this is a little pepper grinder thing that I got recently, which it grinds through this like little bottom section here. You put all your spices, whatever dry spices or herbs or anything that you want to put in the top, and then you can either use it like a little squeeze, like a, would you like some pepper on your meal? Chick, 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 like that. Or you can do like a bulk, like, hey, I got to grind up the whole thing. If you open it really wide, it grinds kind of both. It grinds very well either way. So this is my new little toy that I got instead of getting another like coffee maker or coffee bean blender. The person at Fonte's sort of talked me out of that because it was not the right thing for grinding spices, they said. They were like, oh, what kind of coffee are you putting in here? And I was like, actually, I'm putting peppercorns. And they were like, you don't want to do that. And I was like, okay, tell me why. And then we talked about it for a little bit, and I ended up buying this thing instead, which is probably better. And is also certainly more satisfying to use. But you can grind a whole hell of a lot of pepper. Really, like, this thing is really pretty efficient. I mean, this is a ton of work. This is a lot easier than doing it with the pepper mill, which genuinely is how I used to do this for a long time. When I was like, oh, I want black pepper, you know, like a teaspoon of black pepper, to be like, all right, got to do that with the pepper mill, and it would take forever. This is way easier. But we're almost finished here. You can see in the bottom, this little hopper. And this will grind whatever. Like you can put any kind of dried stuff in here, and it will grind. Not that stuff. It's too sticky. not that stuff either. What's he talking about with the second part? I don't know. It was just a joke. Anyway, this is just about finished here. This is, I'll tell you what brand this is. This is a Dream Farm. Like the thing that you have when you're asleep and the thing that produces food. Yeah, Velos, I was talking, so yes, I have the same thing. Like, I love to have peppercorns, like fresh ground pepper. I don't love when I need pepper for a recipe. Like, I use the pepper mill when I'm cooking. Like, 2 nights ago, right, I made, or Tuesday on stream, like I was making the fish and vegetables in like a, in a casserole dish, and like I just used the pepper mill and like ground it over top. Like, it's perfect for that kind of thing. Like, you're just seasoning your own dinner. But like, yeah, when you need a teaspoon of ground black pepper, it's not great for that because it takes a long time. But like, I just ground up almost the whole thing of this, and in not all that long. The person at Fonte's, the kitchen store, which we've been to on stream, my sort of local kitchen shop. There you go, and you can tell when it's finished. The person at Fonte's was basically like, if you use a regular like coffee grinder to do your spice grinding, it like, you don't have as much control over the grind. You don't have, it's uneven. You get an uneven grind, and also it like heats it up, which you don't really want. And I was like, okay, that's all of that is fair. So I need a 1/4 teaspoon per batch, and this is a 1/2 teaspoon, so perfect. So 1/2 teaspoon of ground black pepper per bowl, and we are finished with our dries. So that is it. Now, like, I just ground a whole bunch. Did I need all of this pepper? No, I ground it because I am out of my pepper in my little pepper container, and I knew that because I used it all the other day. So I ground a bunch to just put in there. Now this will last like a meal, couple meals. So it's fresh enough when I put it in here. You're like, Lou, but it's not fresh ground. It's not fresh ground if you grind it all at once and then use it later. Shut up. Yes, it is. Yeah, yes, it is. It's fresher than that. It's fresher than what you get in the little thing of pepper from the store, guaranteed. Is it freshly ground black pepper? No, but like, but shut up. Bowtie Flight, welcome in. Good afternoon to you. It is indeed afternoon for me. It is 13:37. That's 1:37 p.m. Okay, so we have added the rye flour, hojica powder, baking soda, baking powder, ground ginger, cardamom, and black pepper. It says whisk them together, so let's do that. It does not say to sift them together. It says whisk, so we are going to whisk. I don't know, maybe, whatever. I don't know why it doesn't say sift. Probably because the author just wanted you to whisk it. Maybe the author thinks that it's not necessary to sift things when you're baking them all the time. Maybe the author tried it with the rye flour and was like, it's a little thick for the thing. For whatever reason, the author says whisk, so we are whisking. So you'll note that there's no salt added to this. The salt from in almost every recipe in this book comes from the miso that you add. So there's no salt, but there is 2 tablespoons of red miso per batch. per 1 tablespoon per batch per recipe. That's what we're going to say. So per recipe, there's 1 tablespoon. Per batch that we're making today, there's 2. Ooh, the ginger coming off. The ginger smell coming off of this is so good. Ginger is not a thing that I love in beverages, but it is a thing that I love in food. Okay, so we're finished with all of this stuff on the counter to my right, your left. So we're gonna get rid of this. Not get rid of it. I'm just moving it to, I'm putting it back. Literally, I'm putting it away in the baking cabinet in the house where it lives because I don't want it to be on the counter directly in front of me or nearby or even within eyesight anymore. Not that having flour within eyesight is objectionable, but I don't want it there. So anyway, there's that. Okay, we're at so we whisked together that, pour the cool butter into the bowl of stand mixer, add the brown sugar, mix with medium speed. Okay, add the egg, molasses, lemongrass paste, and miso. Mix until thoroughly incorporated. Okay, so we're at the point now where I'm going to brown some butter. Before we do that, let's measure out our brown sugars, because those go into the bowl, and I can measure those because they're by weight. So we'll do that ahead of time. Okay. Amazing. Okay. Oh, god damn, brown sugar is heavy. 200 grams, so 400 grams of brown sugar is what we're looking for here. Now this is a dark brown, sticky dark brown sugar. So this is fresh. I just got this. All of my dry ingredients for this recipe came from the head nut at Reading Terminal. If you're familiar with Stream and have hung out here before, you've definitely heard me talk about Reading Terminal as well as the head nut. But both of those places, the head nut is in Reading Terminal, so they're kind of one and the same. They're not one and the same. The head nut is a separate vendor. Anyway, Luke, you don't need to over-explain it. You're over-explaining it. Stop that. The head nut does dry goods. So they have all sorts of different spices and flours, like whatever kind of like bulk dry goods you want that they sell. And so everything that I am using today on stream, all the sugar, the ginger, even the molasses came from there. No, that's not true. The molasses came from the grocery store. I asked them if they have molasses. They had regular molasses. They didn't have black strap molasses, which is like slightly different. So I opted to buy the molasses from the grocery store instead. Okay, we're measuring out brown sugar. Doing 400 grams per batch of brown sugar here. It's 200 grams per recipe. So this is sticky. This brown sugar is literally sticking to the spoon as I'm picking it up, which is like wild. When you buy it in like bags or whatever, like from the grocery store, this must have been like a pretty fresh batch that they got. It's super wet. 401 grams on the nose. Perfect. Kathy, welcome in. Happy Friday Junior to you. Butterfly says, I've just eyeballed everything. You know, I do that frequently. I definitely do that frequently. For baking stuff, I couldn't. I am not at all confident with baking. I'm confident that I can follow a recipe baking. I'm not confident that I can bake off the cuff. Cooking though, like there's sometimes I'll follow a recipe on stream. So if there's like a sauce or something specific that I'm like, oh, that sounds good and I want it to come out like that, I'll definitely follow the recipe. But in general, I'm not. I sort of will. I'll often look at a recipe, but it's like a reference. It's not a guideline per se, or it's not a it's not prescriptive. Never baked before. Fair enough. I bake regularly, but I'm not I would never deign to like say that I'm a baker, or like, you know, I don't have any training in any of that shit. So my general baking philosophy is like, follow the recipe. I will occasionally go off script if it's something like puff pastry. Like the other day we did puff pastry, like apple tarts on stream. Puff pastry is different though. I'm not making the puff pastry. I'm just using the puff pastry out of the freezer. Like that is slightly different. That's a different vibe for sure. All right, let's get this crystallized ginger ground. So it says a third of a cup finely ground. So what I want to do is 2 per batch. So we're going to do basically 2/3 of a cup in the stand mixer. Now this says 53 grams, which is super helpful because I can just do 106 grams worth of crystallized ginger in here. This is ground up. It says chopped finely, and I don't know if this is. There were 2 versions of this. There was one that was quite a bit larger. The one that I got was this one though, which is like chopped up. I'm looking at the picture of the cookie, and there does appear to be chunks of ginger about this size in it, but I kind of want to get this a little bit more ground up because I'm not sure if it's 100%, if it like what finely means in the context of the recipe. And to me, these are still a little chunky for small cookies. So we're doing a little bit more. We're doing a little bit more to chop them, just a very little bit. Not a. We're not going to like pulverize these. We're not going to turn these into a powder. These are like a pulse twice, pulse 3 times situation. 9, welcome in. So I'm excited for these cookies. I am also excited for these. This particular version. They are spicy. It says spicy ginger chai, but that doesn't mean like hot. I kind of love the descriptor of them because it's sort of like the difference between spiced and spicy, right? Like the author is using the term spicy, but there's no specific heat in here. Now the lemongrass paste has a little bit. It says it. The lemongrass paste is a not just purely lemongrass. This has lots of stuff in it: lemongrass, water, garlic, onion, jalapeno, fish sauce, sea salt, sugar, avocado oil, market lime leaf, lime juice, turmeric, galangal, which I don't know what that is. Anyway, this is lemongrass paste as far as I can tell. This is like what you're supposed to use. So that is what we're using. We're just going to give these crystallized gingers a little quick pulse here, maybe like just a couple pulses. Let's see. These look pretty hard. Yeah, okay. They're stuck there. All right. I feel like that's good. Finally chopped. So these are as finely chopped as I think I want them to be. As far as the ginger smell. Like I just caught like ginger in the air. Oh, that was so good. Cringing Dragon, welcome. It says galangal is a Thai ginger. It has more heat and is used in curries and Thai salads. Good to know. Good to know. Well, this calls for a tablespoon of lemongrass paste, so 2 tablespoons. I'm going to give it a little taste just ahead of time because I'm not positive whether the lemongrass paste that's called for in this recipe is if the expectation is that it's lemongrass paste. So I looked up okay, I'm not explaining this well. I'm not positive whether the author wants you to have pure lemongrass as a paste, or if the author wants you to use lemongrass paste, which is kind of broadly available, and all of the lemongrass paste that I found have multiple other ingredients in them. I'm not sure which of those. And actually, I could look that up because the author has a really good section in the beginning of the book that is for. I love that sound is part of the fit check routine. Bellinus, welcome in. We'll do that fit check in just a second. We're going to finish chopping this here. All right, that's probably pretty good right there. So we'll do. I want to look that up. I actually want to see if the author has any notes around lemongrass paste, because they do have quite a few notes around different ingredients that are featured in the book. So I don't know. I didn't look in the book. Actually, no, I did look, but I didn't see it. But I wasn't looking thoroughly. I just kind of skimmed. I'd already bought the lemongrass paste, so I was kind of like, oh, this has a bunch of other stuff in it. Let me kind of cross-check whether or not that's how other things work. Is there a sound gate? Yes, there is. Yeah, it's definitely not quiet. It sounds like an airplane, but there is a gate, or the gate, I don't know the proper term. It cuts it off. But let me look here, because I want to. She has a whole why 108 cookies for the title. MSG, yes. How to use this book. Read the recipe and practice mise en place. Great. Line your baking pans and sheets. She says, while I prefer parchment paper, reusable silicone mats work just as well. Great. Mix the dry ingredients together first. Same goes for the wet ingredients. Unless otherwise specified, first combine all dry ingredients, including chemical leaveners like baking soda and baking powder, to ensure they're evenly dispersed. The exception is sugar. Similarly, mix all wet ingredients together before combining them with the dry mix. This method ensures an even and quick mix for the final batter or dough, resting in uniformly textured cookies. Okay, we'll mix all the wet ingredients together too. Thanks, Dr. Cat Lieu. I appreciate that note. That is a good note. My Asian Cookie Pantry Essentials. Dry ingredients and leavening agents, no. Fats, no. This would be under fruits, vegetables, and herbs. Lemon, hot flakes, sakura, taro, ube, Thai basil, lychee, calamansi, curry leaves, yuzu, nope. Nuts and seeds, nope. Savory seasonings. Chicken powder, doenjang, furikake, furu, fish sauce, hoisin, miso, salted duck egg yolks, MSG, soy sauce, spicy seasonings and condiments. Chili crisp, gochugaru, gochujang, laksa paste, sambal oelek, sriracha, Thai chili, wasabi, spices. No. So she does not have a note here about lemongrass paste. So we're going to assume that the lemongrass paste that I purchased is the right one, because we should assume that. Because when you look up lemongrass paste, most all of them have other ingredients. I did not find a lemongrass paste available to purchase that was just lemongrass. So I believe my Occam's razor read on the situation is, if the ingredient that's like the thing that comes back for like all of page 1 on Google If all of those things have other ingredients, that's the thing you're looking for. Haw flakes. I've never had haw flakes, but that's, again, why I like cooking out of things that are unfamiliar to me, because like at some point we're going to get to a recipe that has haw flakes in it. And I'm going to be like, those are great. I've lemongrass paste is also something I've not had in the kitchen before. So turning lemongrass into a paste is a bit hard, I think. Yeah, that was kind of my thought too. Like, it's grass. Like, you kind of have to have some other wet ingredients in it as well. I don't love lemongrass as like a standalone flavor, but as a part of something else, I do. So the note in this also at the beginning also said mix all of the wet ingredients together. So we're going to do that too, because that seems like a good idea, given that the author has said to do that. So let's do, hold on, we have a fit check redeem. So let's do that. Where do I go to do that? This view, hold on. Let's make sure that camera is working first. It is. Here I am, but the side of me. Okay. Let's see. So this is where I stand. This is you can see the mixer over on the table here ready to go. You can see the vacuum sealer on the table ready to go with the little bags. The cats usually sit right here on the steps and watch me. Okay. Fit check. This is what we're wearing today. This is the outfit. We have a black shirt from blacktshirts.com. I don't know. Gym shorts. These are just like my summertime gym shorts that I always wear. Pink Crocs, my household shoes. A denim shirt from what brand is this? United by Blue. It's a Philly brand. They used to make really good clothing and like outdoor gear, and now they don't as much. Anyway, I like this shirt. And then I'm also wearing a hat. This is the 1990s style hat from Ape and Bird. It looks like this. There's your close up. So there's a fit check. Yeah, the cats have their supervisor. So their supervisor nook is here. Hold on, I'm like, where am I? Here we are. What's hanging up? There's some laundry hanging up there. Yeah, the fucking washing machine's like in this little cupboard right here, and it's annoying because you can't ever get to it. Anyway, there's your fit check. That's what we're wearing today, and the microphone's right here. Let's mix the wet ingredients together too, because it says to do that. So let's do that. The black blends together. You could be wearing a mini dress. I could. It's a jumper, honestly. It is definitely a jumper. I lied to you all, and I'm sorry. Jumpers seem great until you have to use the bathroom, and then they don't seem great, because then you're like in a public bathroom stall without clothes on trying to use the bathroom, and then you're like, what the fuck? Anyway, let's get our wet ingredients together too. So everything except the egg. So the sugar, oh no, the egg goes in too. Okay, so how much wet ingredient do I have in here? 1 large egg, molasses, lemongrass paste, miso. So not all that much. This should all fit in one of these bowls. So let's put these into this these glass bowls, and then I can like whisk it all together, because the egg, basically because she says to like mix it all together first. So we're gonna do that. And I'm making 2 batches of these. So I'm making 2 batches, 4 recipes. So each batch is a double recipe. So I'm making 4 versions of the recipe. Should make 120 cookies. I need 111. Okay, so egg and molasses. We'll do the eggs first. So 4 total eggs. Perfect. We have four total eggs. Let me wash my hands here. It is a really lovely Thursday. This has been an interesting week because I'm getting ready to go camping, or I'm getting ready for like cookie club stuff, and I am doing both of those things this week. So this week is like keeping two separate lanes of prep at the same time, which is like mentally quite interesting. Cringing Dragon says, you clearly have a different meaning of jumper. I assume you mean jumpsuit. Here, jumper is what you might call a pullover, I think, usually knitted or crocheted, not fleece. Yes. So when I say jumper, so when I hear jump, so yeah, to Cringing Dragon, to your point, yes, you're correct. The nomenclature is slightly shifted for what I'm talking about. So jumpsuit. When I think jumpsuit, and maybe y'all are like, Lieu, you're too in the weeds on this. When I think jumpsuit, I think of something with pants, like long pants and sleeves, like something a worker would wear, like to sort of keep your body safe. Jumper, in my head, when I'm saying that, is something that has like shorts, is like a more of a fashion-y sort of thing, like shorts and shorter sleeves. But is one piece. So I guess jumper is really any type of like one piece thing. Not like the show, like the clothing item. But yes, yeah, definitely different. I'm not talking about a jump. I'm not talking about a knit pullover. I'm talking about a one piece of clothing. So 2 eggs is what's going into these. 2 eggs per batch. And we're just putting the shells off to the side here. Catastrophe, hello. Good day. Welcome in. Happy Thursday. Happy Friday Junior if you celebrate. Happy Thursday if you don't. Okay, so adding the eggs, molasses, lemongrass paste, and miso. Okay, so we need our scale again for the molasses. So the molasses, it calls for 85 grams of molasses. That's 190 grams per batch. 85 times 2, 8 times 2 is 160. It's 170 grams. 80 times 80 is 160. 80 times 2 is 160. 5 times 2 is 10. 10 plus 160 is 170 grams. Okay, Kathy, enjoy your lurk. Thanks for lurking. I appreciate it. We love it when you leave the stream live, even if you're not around. It's good for the metrics. 170 grams. So there's 1, 20, 30, 40, 50, 66, 68. There we go. 169, 170. Perfect. And I had this spoon here, not to use, but in case I need to cut it off. So 170 grams of molasses in here. 20, 30, 40, 50, 61. 67, 68, 69, 70. Perfect. All right. 170 grams of molasses. We can put the molasses back in the cabinet. Or more to the point, we can put the molasses in the cabinet for the first time because it was a new bottle. Okay, the miso paste I have in the fridge because that's where miso paste lives. 2 tablespoons of red miso. So this is a fresh container of red miso. Miso Master Organic. And the Miso Master has fortified this container quite well because I can't get the plastic off of it. There it goes. Okay. Now, each of these, so I need two total tablespoons. 1 tablespoon is 3 teaspoons. So 2 teaspoons of this is 10 grams, 10 and a half. 10 and a half of 10 is 15. So 15 grams per tablespoon. I need 30 grams of red miso. Okay. Yes. Cringing Dragon says, we don't really use molasses, but it's far runnier than I expected. You use treacle. At least be as thick as treacle. That particular molasses is new. I don't know if it like ages differently. Wait, pause before I dump this in here. Let's make sure. I need 1 tablespoon of red miso. Again, a tablespoon is 3 teaspoons. 2 teaspoons of this is 10. 3 teaspoons of this would be 15. Doubled is 30. So 30 grams of red miso. This is not going to be 30. That's 18. 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. We're pretty close. Amy, welcome in. Hello. Happy Friday, Junior. All right, so 30 grams again. 22. 28. 31. Okay, well, at least I'm over by the same gram on both batches. That's good. I'm not taking it out because where am I going to, if I take it out, where am I going to put it? 1 gram ain't going to make that much of a difference. 1 tablespoon of lemongrass paste per recipe, so 2 tablespoons per batch. This says a teaspoon is 4.5 grams, so 4, 8, 12, 13 grams per tablespoon. So that's 26 grams per batch. Okay. I'm going to give this a little stir. Because I just opened this. This is like brand new. So we're going to give this a little stir. It's actually 14.5 per teaspoon. So. Fuck, that is so good. That is so good. So yeah, hold on. We do. Yeah, 4.5 per teaspoon. So we do 4.5 times 3 times 2, 27. 27 grams. 27 grams per bowl, per batch. And I was 28. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. I was slightly worried, of course, about the, like, oh, jalapeno in here. It's totally fine. It doesn't, this is just good. This is just super flavorful. And I did 28 in that one. Let's do 28 in this one. Okay, perfect. Yeah, caretaker, thank you. There's so much going on in that, but every like wash of flavor that I just got out of that is like slightly different and better. And you should be refrigerating this. Yes? Probably not, actually. Refrigerate after opening. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. I quite literally cannot wait to use up the rest of that jar. Okay, so we have our miso, lemongrass paste, molasses, and egg in each of these bowls. Let's mix those together. And then we'll be ready to start. Now it said that I needed to brown the butter and let that cool. I did not brown the butter yet, so we have just a little bit here, a little bit of time. But it does say you can pop it in the freezer so that it cools quicker. So that to me is good enough. I will put it in a container and I'll put it in a container. We'll pop it into the freezer for like 5 minutes and it should be fine. So this is all of our wets all together here. Everything looks good. Do I have any like stragglers on the bottom? I do not. All right, so we're doing as the book recommends. We're combining all of our dries, all of our wets, and then we have our mise en place for sort of both batches of cookie here. Now each of these batches should net me about 60 cookies. That's the goal. What we will do is I'll measure based on the consistency of the dough. I'm not sure how thick or not this dough is, but I'm pretty sure that it's workable because it says to scoop out a tablespoon, roll it into a ball, and then roll it in sugar. So I'm pretty sure once I get like a tablespoon scoop, basically what I'm going to do is just weigh the batch, and then we will figure out essentially like we'll just divide that number by 60, and that's how many cookies I should get out of the bowl. And then we'll just do each cookie like by hand instead of using a scoop. That way my number is sound. That way sort of everything is even, and we're all like in the same place for all of the cookies. Okay, so I have my mise en place. My mise is indeed en place over here. Everything is ready to go for browning the butter, which is the next step. I am gonna do the brown butter in 2 different batches, because that way I can just cool batch number 1 while I'm doing batch number 2, and then as batch number 2, I can cool batch number 1 in the freezer. I can cool batch number 2 just like on the counter. So I also have turbinado sugar. This is for rolling the cookies in. We'll get to that in a few minutes. I am moving things off the counter. I had all of my cookie ingredients sitting on a sheet pan over here. So we're gonna move the sheet pan out of the way now because I don't need it anymore. And I'm not using it to bake cookies. So we'll put it back where it goes, under the oven. I'm also gonna preheat my oven at this point because I want the pizza stone in the bottom to also heat up a little bit. The pizza stone takes longer to kind of get up to and stay at temp than the oven does. But the pizza stone acts like a heat sink in the oven. I leave it in there all the time because when I open the oven and then close it again, the stone helps the oven stay at the temperature it's supposed to be at. So just FYI. To brown the butter, cook the butter in a saucepan, whisking continuously until the butter foams. The foam subsides, the butter is golden and brown, not black. And bits form in the bottom at least 5 minutes, it says. So we're going to do that in this pan. Actually, no, I'm going to do this in a different pan because this one is bigger and is harder to pour out of. I was considering that I would probably brown all of the butter at once. Since I'm only going to do 2 at once, we'll do the smaller frying pan, which has more rounded sides, it's easier to whisk and it's easier to pour it out afterward. Brown butter is going to go in these glass bowls after the fact. So that's ready. I also have so in order to like keep things consistent, I have one stick of this European butter, which is a higher fat content than the other, than the regular US butter. So I'm going to take this European stick and cut that in half, and I'm going to use half of it for each recipe, for each batch. That way the batches are the same. There's no difference between the two. So we have 2 and 1 whole stick, 2 and another whole stick. Perfect. All right, we're gonna come over to the stove and brown some butter. So let me move this camera and we'll come on over here. This is a fun little process if you've never seen butter being browned before. This is very, it can be quite satisfying or not. We're gonna turn the pan on. Come on, there it goes. Okay, pan is heating. We have our butter. I'm just going to pop that in. So we have our regular butter. This is unsalted butter. I don't usually use unsalted butter in the house. I bought unsalted butter for today. So we have our half a stick of higher fat European butter in here. That was the last stick from the last cookie club. I used that butter, and I obviously didn't need all of it. So this is just going to melt now. We have this over a medium high heat. In the book, Kat recommends, this says cook the butter in a saucepan over medium heat. So that's what we're doing, right about medium. And I'm going to set a timer just to see how long this does, in fact, take. I'm not setting a timer. I'm setting a count up timer. Not having as much butter fat. I mean, I think that the difference, fellas, as I understand it, that there's a minimum amount of butter fat, or it's like 82% in Europe and like 80% in the US. That was my sort of like, what is the minimum value? I feel like you can get, there's European butters that you can buy that have a much higher content, but like, yeah, I'm imagining that even then the ones that maybe have like always had a little bit higher, like are taking the percentage off the package and just dropping it a little bit. I don't know. So we're browning. So this should take, with 1 stick of butter, first off, let me make sure. So it says 1 stick of unsalted butter per recipe, meaning 2 per batch. Great. Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily that it is a European produced butter. It is like European style. And like in the US, they don't have as much of a requirement. They don't require as much fat for it to be considered butter. No, we have different food standards for sure. So this is heating, so we're good. We're going to start to foam. Here it goes. There we go. We got the first little foam bits. Let's see, this is bubbling. I'm going to turn my heat down just a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, I don't often buy something that is like marketed or marked specifically as European. If I want San Marzano tomatoes, I'll pick the label that's in Italian. This is going to bubble. We have some big bubbles to start out, and then we're going to get into like foam, and then it'll be done. So this is looking pretty good. I do want to keep whisking this though. Part of browning butter is like continuously whisking. It is any directions you get around browning butter. It says whisk continuously or without stop. Whisk without stopping. Ceaselessly whisk. Tirelessly whisk. Whisk relentlessly. So this is big bubbles still. We're into minute 3. Actually, we're into minute 4. My oven come on? It did! Whoa, Uma, welcome in. Oh, look at that. 2 years. That's a long time. We're going to give you some confetti in a second. Once we're back. Once we're back on the big screen. We're on the little brown butter screen right now. So we're still in big bubble territory. You can see if I stop whisking, this looks like it's simmering. We have, in a moment, maybe a minute, 2 minutes here, these big bubbles are going to stop, and we're going to get little bubbles that look like foam. And once we hit the little bubbles, we're pretty much finished. So whisking until the butter foams, the foam subsides, and the butter is golden with little brown, not black bits. That's what we're looking for. So here we are. We're still foaming. We're starting to get some smaller bubbles around the edge now. We're exactly at 5 minutes. So we're into our sixth minute. If I was doing 1 stick of butter, this might be finished already, but because I'm doing 2, I'm going to do a little bit more time here. Now we're starting to get smaller and smaller bubbles. And the foam, browning. Starting to see some little brown bits around the edge. If I stop, you can see the butter is definitely a different color from when we started. We're almost there. We're in minute 6, or 6 minutes right now. And now see how much smaller that foam is now when I stop. So the foam has subsided and we have little brown bits at the bottom. This butter is finished. This is browned. So we're going to turn the burner off. I'm going to take this off. I'm going to come back. There we go. That is brown butter. I'm going to come back over to this counter here and pour this butter into a bowl. I'm going to give that a little scrape. Put the whisk down for a second. Let me get a spatula. Just give this little scrape here. Because these brown bits are what you want. I want to leave those in the pan. All right. Looks great. Then we're going to we're going to rinse this pan out because if I don't rinse it out, what will happen is the little brown bits that are in there still will burn, and then we will have burnt brown butter, and we don't want that. So we're going to go ahead and give this a little wash out here. Perfect. Wash and rinse. And then we're going to come back over to the stove. I'm going to turn that on, but I'm going to turn it on low just to get a little bit of the water out of there. And then we're going to pop this into the fridge for a few minutes. I took one look in that freezer and was like, no, I'm not. I'd have to move things around in the freezer. So we're not going to do that. We're just going to put that in the refrigerator, and that's good. Okay. Woman says, once I tried to brown vegan butter and found out after it's not possible. Wasted butter, learn something new. That is often how it works. You like, what, why is this not working? What's wrong? Is it you? No, it's not you. Woman, thank you for being a 24-month subscriber. I got you this. I appreciate you. Thank you for being part of the community. Thank you for being around as a subscriber for 2 years. On the nose. Always lovely to see you. We're going to brown this other batch of butter now. Now this other batch of butter, when we're finished browning it, we're going to let it sit out on the counter because it's just going to cool down on the counter. Okay. Oh, hold on. Didn't switch cameras. Let's go back over to the stove. Here we go. We're back at the stove. We have a clean pan. Clean pan. We'll pop our butter in here. So we have one whole stick of unsalted butter, and then that, and then this one is our half stick of European butter. I only had, or of higher fat content butter. So I only had one stick of that higher fat content butter, which is why I split it into two, so that it could be even throughout both batches of cookies. Okay, so timer is started and butter is going. So this is always kind of fun to see. Browning butter is one of those things that like it happens quickly enough. It's like a cooking process. It's kind of, it's one of those like very satisfying cooking processes where, you know, it doesn't take all that long. Like if you're watching something in the oven and you're like waiting for it to rise, right? If you sit there for 15 minutes, you can watch it happen. But often you're not actually sitting in front of the oven watching it happen like that. But browning butter, you have to babysit the whole time. And it happens quickly enough that it is a very satisfying process. And you can use brown butter pretty much as a replacement for any recipe with butter in it. And it will make it better. Although in higher volumes of butter, so if you need like a pound of butter for a recipe, you want to, and you're like browning the butter, you will probably want to add, I think it's like an extra tablespoon per pound or something, because I figure there's some ratio, because when you brown it and it evaporates, like a bunch of the moisture from it evaporates and you actually have less density, it can alter a recipe if the recipe didn't call for browned butter. The more you know. And I know that there is a specific ratio for that. I don't know what it is. Where's our first bubble? There it is. All right. First bubbles. So this happens quickly enough to be satisfying. We're into minute 3 The first batch, I didn't actually look at the clock when it was finished. So, Anne, did I say hi to you? I know, no, I didn't. I did not say hi to you. Anne, welcome. It's nice to have you. I hope you're well. Happy Friday, Junior. The way it farted. Yeah, I mean, it definitely, it just is one. There's like one or two and little initial ones, and then it goes in. Now it's like about to really start. This is when you need to stir it. Not necessarily right at the beginning, but right now, when it's like, has the potential to burn really well. Birthday in 9 days. Well, happy. These should arrive then just about in time. Probably a little bit beforehand, actually. If you are in the continental US, it usually takes 4 to 5 business days. 4 to 5 business days to the West Coast, 2 to 3 to east of the Mississippi. And I know they give me a tracking number for each of these packages, but I never like send the tracking number because I'd have to type them all in manually. I don't really, and if I'm being honest, I don't want to do that. I dropped this stuff off at the post office the morning after, and I'm like, see you later till next month. Following up with the tracking numbers would be a lot. But I do have them if you're ever like, can I have a tracking number for that? Just like hit me up and I will send it to you. We are in minute 5. So 4 minutes and 30 seconds so far. Pause. Big bubbles. The last one took... Yeah, the last time I looked at the clock on the last one was 6 minutes, so... Yeah, and I do too. The mail... The pre-notice from the postal system is amazing. They tell you when to expect things. You can like click on the thing and get the actual tracking for the thing that you're supposed to get. And it's free. It literally is like free to sign up for that. They scan all of your mail. They'll show you a picture of what mail is coming to your house that day. It's so wild. I have it for the P.O. box and my house. It's great. Especially for packages. Where I live, which is Philadelphia, if you have a package come to your house, like you got to go grab it within a couple minutes of it getting delivered, or risk that it's going to get stolen. People come by and steal packages here all the time. It's very normal. I know it's normal everywhere, but it's super normal in the city because of the density. Like we get cat food and dog food and like litter. We get boxes, right, from Chewy. Those are just gone. If you don't get them, they're gone. Which is nice because I'm usually home most of the day, so it's like I just go grab them. All right, we are into minute 7 right now. So our foam is starting to reduce. I've got some brown bits coming in. And almost done. Foam is much smaller right now. This looks golden but not black. That's what we're looking for. We're almost there. I see the brown bits in the bottom. And we're into minute 8, 7 minutes and 10 seconds. Done. Brown butter. Once again. There it is. Looking good. All right, come on over to the counter here. Pour this into our other second bowl. Get the brown bits to the side. Toss that in the sink, get my spatula. This is now our second batch of butter. Looks great. Very good. All right. Yeah, the small town, it's, you know, that's definitely one of let's say perks is probably not the right term, but that is a nice thing about living somewhere where like your packages can just be on the porch, because you can actually order stuff to your house. Like, I never order things to this house. Like, very rarely. The only time I don't get things sent to the house is when I'm getting something and they won't send it to a PO box, which is rare. Like, that's pretty rare. Most of the time they will, but like for any online purchase, it just goes straight to the PO box, which is nice, because also, like, if I'm, you know, I know that I'm going to get it when I order it there. The downside is I have to go get it. I have to physically get it while the post office is open, but like, it's not that much of a downside. There's a grocery store near the post office. And so, you know, I'm over at the grocery store like regularly enough anyway, that I'm just kind of like, all right, whatever. Like, and anything that I'm ordering, if I really need it, like that day or something, you know, maybe I'll consider doing it as a, something to my house, but generally I just don't. Generally, I will always get things sent directly to the PO box. Okay, so I'm going to use parchment paper, like Kat says. I am, however, going to cut it, because I often, when I use parchment, I will like do the whole crumble it up thing, and that's good and it works really well. However, for cookies, I've found that sometimes if they're not heavy enough, they don't push the parchment down, and then they don't like cook on the bottom. So I do want the parchment to lay flat. And even when you crumble it up, it makes it it's wavy. So it's not always sort of perfectly flat. So yeah, Bellows, the tracking doesn't tell you when it's there. It tells you like it's on its way that day, which for me is helpful enough most of the time. As I said, I'm usually home during the day. So I will, it's like, oh, I'm aware that that's happening. Do you all get packages stolen off your porch? Is that a thing? Or off your stoop, whatever? Sofa, welcome back. Moms, welcome in. Nice to have you. Good to see you. We're making cookies today. You'll be surprised to learn. What were you making today? What was stream today? Were you making things? I'm assuming you were making something. What was going on? What was going on today? Spaceballs, welcome. Hello. Good to have you. Red, hello. Persephone. Cheers. Kilted Shaver, hello. Therion, good to see you. Welcome in. Nice to have y'all. Nice to have y'all. We're in the midst, not in the midst. I don't want to say in the midst, but we're working on cookies. I've batched out all of my stuff already. So we're working toward having cookies ready to go in the oven. Friends who just joined us, it's nice to have you. One little housekeeping note: that follows are silent. So if you are new, I know we have some familiar faces and friends who have joined us, but if you are new and you hit the follow button, nothing happens. You do end up following, but there's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no messages in chat. We're not, nothing will happen. I'm not going to ask you a bunch of questions. Follows are completely anonymous. So please feel free to hit the follow button and enjoy your lurk, or say hi in chat. Either is fine. We appreciate lurkers here. my name's Lieu. It's nice to have y'all. I'm a home cook. I'm a recipe developer. I'm a dad, IRL. My pronouns are he, they. I'm happy to have you. This is a cooking stream for most of the time. Usually doing vegetable forward family meals. We do meal prep. We do baking. I do recipe development on stream. We have a recipe development stream coming up next Tuesday, I believe it is. We'll talk about the schedule much later in stream. But we often, when we're not in the kitchen, we're out in the world doing some IRL stuff. Mostly food-focused community. We have a lot of folks who enjoy cooking, watching cooking, cooking themselves, eating. But we're very conversational. Think about it as hanging out at your friend's house while they're making dinner. It's sort of the vibe that we hope to cultivate here. So, welcome in. If you were hanging out here before the raid, Mom Noms is a friend of the stream, fellow food and drink streamer, and we're happy to have them. It is a cookie club day here. We're making cookies for our community members. But y'all made a Hawaiian style chili and Hawaiian bread. I love it. I'm assuming you dip the bread in the chili, or do you like fill the bread? How do the bread and the chili interact? However you want, really. Comfort foods. We love any kind of comfort food is good. Comfort food is really a personal experience, because you can be comfort food for you could be mouth-numbingly spicy for someone else. So for misdelivered packages, we were talking about getting deliveries and having packages stolen from your front porch. Because I was saying how I would go to I have a PO box, which I use regularly. The chili looked amazing, tasted amazing. Does it have pineapple? Anne wants to know. It does not. Okay. Hawaiian chilies and Portuguese sausage. Love sausage. What constitutes Portuguese sausage as opposed to other? Okay, so we've browned the butter, whisked the rye. We've whisked the flours together. So we're at the point where we're going to start actually making and producing cookies now. So we need to get our stand mixer, which is conveniently located just off stream to my left, your right. Let's get this ready. Before we get started with the stand mixer, I want to make sure that I know the tare weight of my bowl, because this is going to be the final destination for the batter or dough when it is ready to portion. 771 grams, just like last time. Wouldn't you know it? This bowl really doesn't change weight all that much. It's pretty consistent, which is amazing. $771 grams. Double check. Yep. Great. Okay, so let's get our mixer ready. And ready and plugged in. So the only difference is the spices. Got it. Okay. It doesn't have like specific technique or like it doesn't have to be like in a lamb casing versus pig or other. Okay. Good, that works. Let's get our paddle attachment on. And now let's read the instructions through to the point where we have everything in this bowl, just so we know. So we whisked all of our dries together. We did that. Pour the cooled butter into the bowl of a stand mixer fitted with the paddle attachment. Add the brown sugar and mix on medium speed until well combined. Okay, so first thing we're adding to this is brown sugar. Then we're adding the egg, molasses, lemongrass, and miso. Then we're adding this. So 1, then 2. Mix until thoroughly combined. Then we add the dries. So we're going to add the dries. I'm going to use my big bowl first because I might end up putting the dough in this bowl. So I'd like to have this bowl available after cookies round 1. Cover, using a spatula, fold in the crystallized or candied ginger. Okay, so last is this, and we need a spatula for that. So we have a spatula for that, which is good because I can use the spatula for the wet ingredients too. Cover and chill the dough for 30 minutes. Okay, so we are going to mix all of this together, plus the brown butter that's in the fridge. Then we're going to cover and chill the dough for 30 minutes. Portuguese sausage tends to be ready to eat with an intense garlic taste to it. Intense garlic taste was my nickname in high school, you should know. That's not true. I just made that up, and that's weird, and I'm not sure where that would have come from, or that true. Anyway, intense garlic taste is a really great flavor descriptor of most things that I enjoy. Fudge Darling, welcome in. Good to have you. Fudge Darling, I have a message for you in either Discord or Twitch Whispers, if you want to check that. No pressure. No pressure. Let me wash my hands real quick. While we get started. Okay.
Cookie, really?
That sounded so good. Yeah, Cyber, I'm excited for these too. I'm really pleased. The lemongrass paste, I was a little like, I'll say this, it's an unfamiliar ingredient to me. So I was concerned isn't the right word. I was sort of in the dark around what the flavor profile of it would be, because I read like jalapeno on the thing and I was like, oh, are these spicy? But no, it's not actually spicy. It is really, really quite good. So, not actually spicy, and certainly that made me feel a little more at ease. Now, I put this last round of butter in the fridge. I guess I'll just put this one in the fridge too. It's not that cold, so I'm like, is this, I'm having the moment of like, is this cool enough? What does it say about the butter? Remove from the heat, set aside to cool or chill in the freezer for a few minutes. Okay, a few minutes, I think, a few minutes in the fridge, a few minutes in the freezer. I think we're good. This is cool enough that I can touch the bowl. And in the directions, it does say pour the butter in, which to me means that it still needs to be liquid. So, pour the cooled butter into the bowl of a stand mixer fitted with the paddle attachment. Okay, so this is, again, we're making a double batch of this. So each batch is a double recipe. So I'm trying to stick with the terms batch and recipe. But I think we've moved on now, and we can just use the term batch because all my ingredients are measured out. Okay, so we have cooled butters in the bowl. Add the brown sugar, mix on medium speed until well combined. Well combined. Medium speed. This goes up to a 10. So it's at 4 right now. Well combined. There's always sort of the uncertainty around what that means specifically. Like, does it just mean that the sugar is wet, or does it mean that the sugar is dissolved? How's that noise canceling working? Yeah, good. All right. I think that is well combined. It doesn't say dissolved, so we're not gonna do dissolved. Add the egg, molasses, lemongrass paste, and miso. So all of the wet ingredients are in this bowl. So that is all going in. And we're going to, again, spatula the rest of this out. Y'all ever try to use a spatula with your non-dominant hand? It's a weird feeling. Doing anything with your non-dominant hand can be weird. There's a trick to it, though, I've learned, as I've been trying to teach myself over the past decade or so to be left-handed. More than a decade now, I've been doing things ambidextrously on purpose. The trick that I've learned is to not try to recreate the way that you do it right-handed, to not try to mirror the thing. The trick is to just do it the way it feels right, and it will work better that way. Mix until thoroughly incorporated. Hold on, lock the mixer. There we go. Thoroughly incorporated. That's different than well combined. The cookie sounds are killing me. I love it. In a good way. In the best way. All right. I would say that is thoroughly combined, but let's do a little check on the bottom here with the spatula. This mixing paddle that I'm using has a silicone scraper on it, which makes it a lot nicer because it usually won't leave anything in the bottom. It like reaches down to the bottom of the bowl and actually scrapes. Whereas if you use the standard paddle attachment for the KitchenAid, it leaves like a 1/2 centimeter gap at the bottom, and often there's just like a little tiny bit of like dry ingredient or something at the bottom. So we're mixing until thoroughly incorporated. So let's mix that a little bit more. Just a little bit more. There we go. That's looking really good. That looks like chocolate. Add the rye flour mixture and mix on low speed until just combined. Okay. No cookies yet. Gwen's down here looking for cookies. No cookies. You going to the gym? Okay. I see your headphones. Okay. Okay, so we're adding the flour. Flour mixture. So all of this flour. It's a rye flour when something goes wrong. Hi-oh, that was a good one. We like that joke. That was on point. So we're gonna add a little bit of this and mix. I'm gonna add about half of this and mix. Maybe a little less than half. And we'll mix and then add and mix and add and mix. So we're just gonna like kind of give this. I'm doing the pulse method for this so that it doesn't explode. Okay, that's good. It's funny. Rye flour is so much grainier than regular like AP flour. It's just it's fascinating because you can see the grains, whereas like AP flour is kind of like a little less so. Okay, low speed until just combined, it says. So we want this to be combined, but not fully wet. Okay, that seems good. Let's scrape. I'm going to scrape this down, and then we're going to mix that for another moment more, and then we'll fold in the ginger. And I'm very happy that this was possible to do a double batch in this bowl because I was a little bit like, oh no, there's 4 cups of flour. But I looked back at previous recipes that I've done, and 4 cups of flour is about the max that I can get in here. So, Sarah says, am I doing TwitchCon? Yes. I was like, TC. Is that a drug reference? No. Am I doing TwitchCon this year? I am planning on it. Yes. I have, I've booked, I booked my place already. So once they announced the dates at the last TwitchCon, I booked my place. I did not book airline tickets yet, and I probably should have done that in like January. I might have actually booked airline tickets. Did I? I don't know. I don't remember. I have to look. I did all of that in January back when I had money, which is gone now. Okay, so this is well combined, I would say. Then we fold in the crystallized or candied ginger. It says using a spatula. So very specifically, it says spatula. So we're going to do this with a spatula. I'm also going to take this out of the mixing stand and put this into this bowl because it will be easier. It'll be easier to fold in all the other ingredients in that bowl, because it's bigger. And this bowl is deep. Okay, so once this is in, we'll have, yeah, perfect. This all looks real good. We'll fold in the crystallized ginger. And then we're going to cover and chill for about 30 minutes. Chill in the refrigerator. So I'm just going to kind of give this a little fold here. These are looking really good. I'm also going to try a little bite of this before it chills, before I bake it, because I kind of want to know what the flavor is a little ahead of time. Like, yeah, it's got raw flour in it. Yeah, it's got raw egg, but you live a little, you know? Or die from botulism. Whatever. Pick one. That got grim. That got grim in a hurry. Shit. Okay, so this is a pretty dry dough, which is nice because it's dry but sticky. So this should be nice to form into balls. Once this is cool, the flour will have absorbed some more of the moisture, which would be nice. Let's see. Let's get a little bite of this and just kind of make sure I get a little bit of everything. Everything meaning I just want a piece of crystallized ginger in here. Whoa, that's crazy. That's going to be real good. That has so much, that is very chai. The chai definitely comes through in that. It's very satisfying. And that's just raw dough, unrested, unbaked raw dough. The ginger in that bite, so this is all just a bite of raw dough. The ginger was not, the ginger was very pungent and forward, but the crystallized candied aspect of it is also very sweet, which was really, really tasty. When it says spicy ginger chai cookies, they're definitely spiced. So the terminology spicy, meaning they have lots of spices in them. And that is true. That was a delicious little bite of raw cookie dough. So I'm going to follow directions as listed and cover this. I don't usually cover things like this when I put them in to cool, mainly because I don't usually put things in to cool because I don't like doing that. But we're going to be good little recipe followers today and actually cover the bowl. So this batch is going to go in. Then I'm going to wash the bowl, the mixer bowl, and paddle, and start our second batch. So this is going in. Let me get my timer and just put a count up timer on here so that I know how long this has been in, because it says cool the dough for 30 minutes. It doesn't say at least 30 minutes. It says for 30 minutes. If it wants you to chill it for if a longer rest period is better, it'll say at least 30 minutes or blank. You know, cover and chill for at least 30 minutes or up to overnight. So there's always a little like there's some interpretation happening with these recipes, as with all recipes. Okay, we're going to take a little sync break. I think what I'm going to do now is we're going to run a Game of Words on stream so I can wash this and then load stuff in the dishwasher. Because once I'm done this, I'm finished with like creating new dishes today. So I'd like to load the stuff that's there in the dishwasher so it doesn't linger, and do at least the bowl plus the paddle attachment. Is that true? Yeah. Oh shit. All right. Got leftover pizza for dinner tonight. Fuck yeah. Lurk and drive. Well, enjoy your lurk and drive safe. I will fill the sound of stream with the sound of my own voice. We're going to do a quick words on stream break, and I'm going to run a 3-minute ad on Twitch, because we're going to go over to the sink and be doing dishes. So not as interesting / whatever. So let's do that. Let me get my sink. Let me get things ready over here. Is the dishwasher clean? Please be dirty. Okay, it is. The dishwasher's dirty. Good. Okay, we're gonna run a quick break. If you're new to stream, we run a 3-minute ad whenever we do dishes. We do a Game of Words on stream. Please feel free to participate or not. If you are the type of person who hates ads, please hit the follow button before you leave. No worries. You know, some people are like, well, I don't want to deal with that shit. Me neither, which is why I subscribe to my favorite streamers. You can subscribe too, and you won't get any ads. But if you choose not to subscribe, that's totally fine. You could always do Twitch Turbo, or you could use your Prime subscription on this channel, which is a free subscription that you get from Amazon by having a Prime membership that you can use on any Twitch channel once a month. Click the subscribe button on Twitch and check the box that says use my Prime sub, and you won't get any ads. But during the ads, we are going to run a Game of Words on stream. Words on stream is a word guessing game for anybody who's not familiar. It's kind of like Scrabble, the digital version. There's going to be a bunch of letters at the top of the screen. You type the words that you find in those letters into chat, you hit enter, and then you get points if they're on the board. We do during Words on stream, I do look at chat, but I don't like, I'm not like generally chatting. So if you're the type of person like me who's anxious about having your first time chat show up and having the streamer be like, oh, what's going on? Words is a great way to get your first time chat out of the way without getting a lot of attention drawn to yourself. Please feel free to just put whatever you want in chat within the terms of service and the guidelines of the community that you had to hit accept on before you entered anything in the chat. But anyway, also another note that follows is silent. And it is a good time, as I said, to get your first time chat out of the way. And a little reminder that number of chats are another way that you can get Cookie Club entries. So if you are new, or if you're here regularly and chatting, then you're gonna get Cookie Club entries. Before we take a quick little break, we're gonna say hi to our friends who just came in. Timmy, welcome in. Timmy is a fellow food and drink streamer who streams on Sundays and then one random weekday, which this week happens to be Thursday. Were you cooking? I'm assuming you were cooking today. Was today a recipe day? I remember you said that you did like a random weekday, but I don't remember what you said you did on those weekdays. Anyway, friends who are hanging out here. Timmy, who just rated the stream, is a friend of the stream, fellow food and drink streamer, streams twice a week, cooking on the stream, and also playing Mario 64 apparently, which is fun. Wait, are we up to 64? Have there really been 64 Marios, or is this Mario on N64? I'm old and not a gamer, so I don't know. I'm assuming it's on the 64. Okay, good. I know things, I promise. Anyway, from 96, got it. I was in 6th grade, and I finished 6th grade and I started 7th grade. Fun fact about if you were born in the year 1984 and started school in a certain year, that your grade lines up to the year. For example, if you are the same age as I am, or 10 years younger, in 1997, I graduated 7th grade. In 2002, which would be 02 or 12, I graduated high school, 12th grade. So I can pinpoint what grade I was in and what year it was super easily, which is really fun. I love that. It's one of the joys of aging. As is scrolling farther and farther and farther every time you have to select the year that you were born when you have an age drop down. Anyway, welcome in. Timmy, we're about to play a game of words on stream and take a little quick break here because I'm waiting for my cookie dough and I have some dishes to do in the sink. So as I was saying, friends who joined us, it's nice to have you. My name's Lieu. This is a cooking channel. We do home cooking here. We also do recipe development. We do baking. We do meal prep. We're very conversational. Think about like hanging out with your friends while they're cooking at their house, just sitting at the counter. That's sort of the vibe here. I love talking about what I'm doing and what I'm making, but we also talk about all sorts of stuff. So please feel free to enjoy your look. Follows are silent if you are the type of person like me who doesn't really love calling attention to yourself when you follow a new streamer. Please just be comforted by the fact that if you hit the follow button, nothing happens. Okay, we are going to take a quick break though. We are going to play a game of stream, words on stream. We are going to run a 3-minute ad on Twitch. That way, new folks who join the stream don't get ads for the next hour. So, as I mentioned, words on stream is a guessing game. It's also a great time to get your first time chat out of the way. So here comes a game of words on stream. 3, 2, 1. T-I-T-H-E. Hold on, I got one. Yeah, I participated. Okay, but we're gonna run a 3-minute ad. We'll be right back. Little Burger, thank you for the compliment on the hat. It is from my favorite hat shop, Command Hat in chat if you're interested to learn more about that. But here, just a second. Mrs. H, hello. We're gonna go in. We're gonna switch screens real quick. Okay. It's just going to go away for a second. Here it is. Okay, and we're going to run a 3-minute ad on Twitch, and we'll be right back.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
We're doing some dishes here. Most everything I have here gets to go right into the dishwasher, which is super fucking great. I try to do as much dishwasher stuff as possible anytime I'm in the kitchen because I just cannot abide like hand washing all sorts of dishes. If I don't have to, I won't. I've mostly done a good job kind of working my kitchen practice into dishwasher first mentality, which I think is useful for anybody. All right, but, oh, this is the dishpan. I'm pulling things out of the dishpan here, and I'm like, where did they go? Right, because they're already in the dish pit. It exists. I've already got it in the sink. It's usually sitting on the counter. That's why I didn't know where it was. Okay. I said I was going to wash the bowl, didn't I? Didn't I? I haven't yet. We got to do that because that's the thing that I actually want to wash because I'm going to use it again. All right. Good job. I even got points on that one. Yeah. Go me. I love playing Words on Stream, but usually I don't play on this stream because it is the time that I'm doing dishes. And that's okay. All right, bowl is getting clean. I'm not going to do these other dishes just yet. I am going to do as many as I can for the end of this ad break, but I'm not going to do all of them. DJ Harley, I see you. Welcome in. Good to see you. We're going to do a couple dishes, though. I always do this. We get right to the end of Words on Stream, and I'm like rinsing dishes still. Let's try not to be doing that today. Let's finish what we have here, and then if we have any more time, we'll do another one or two. If you are watching on Twitch, welcome back. Thanks for your patience. If you left, goodbye. You are gone and not hearing what I'm saying. So the only people who are still here who can hear what I'm saying on Twitch are the ones I'm thankful for. If you left, screw you. I'm just kidding. You have valid reasons for leaving, and hating advertising is a valid reason for tuning out of any channel. But if you're here, I appreciate you hanging out. Thank you. We are finishing this game of Words on Stream, and then we are going to come right back over and make another batch of cookies. So the first batch is already in the refrigerator. It is chilling. It needs to chill for about 30 minutes, it says. So we're taking just a moment here to have a little quick break. But we're going to come back over here now because we are finished with said break. Sofla, thank you for the shout outs. I saw a couple go by in chat. We have some good shout outs in chat for Lil Burger. And this is if you scroll up. Shout out for Lil Burger, fellow food and drink streamer. Mrs. Handy's Kitchen. Mrs. H is also a fellow food and drink streamer. We had Timmy Buble with the raid a couple minutes ago. Thank you for this. Shout out to Timmy as well. I see Rusty. Hello, welcome in, Rusty. Good to have you. What's rocking? What's rocking? We have some cookies going on. Rusty, I sent you a note. I believe it was in Discord. It might have been somewhere else. It was probably in Discord though. If you have a thought to check your Discord notes, that would be kind of amazing. And then we had, hold on. I saw something else here. Where was it in chat? Wendy on YouTube, love the dice. Thank you. They are, I forget where the dice came from, but they are, they make the room really nice. They really pull everything together and turn it into a paradise. Anyway. I'll let that one sink in. If you didn't get it, I'm sorry. If you didn't get it, I'm sorry. You did answer back. Okay, great. Fantastic. I had checked before stream, but I wasn't. I'm I don't usually love following up with people on stream about anything, but like I have a list of folks that I didn't know if I'd heard back or not before stream started. So apologies for the chat call out. Okay, 5 minutes before I said hi. Perfect. Okay, great. All I needed to know, I'll find it later. We are 14 minutes in to having our first batch of cookies in the fridge. So that's going to be in for another 16 minutes, in fact. While that's happening, let's make our second batch of cookies. So we're doing cookies today for our cookie club. Cookie club is our monthly reward program for our community. You do not have to be a subscriber to get entries into Cookie Club. You can enter for free if you'd like. There's plenty of free ways to enter. There are plenty of paid ways to enter too. And you can, the ways to earn extra entries are through dollars. So if you are so inclined, command cookie in chat will get you to all of that information. If you're watching on Twitch, there's also a link to it in the about section of the profile. So today we're making cookies from this cookbook, 108 Asian cookies. We did, this is our third month in a row making cookies from this cookbook. Our first, our third edition of Cookie Club in a row. First cookies that we made for Cookie Club were these sweet sriracha cookies. They looked like that. They were very good. They were in fact sriracha-y and sweet. We also made the black sesame white chocolate cookies, which were probably the best thing I've eaten this year. They were extremely good. And then this month we are making spicy ginger chai cookies. They're supposed to look like that. These are not spicy insofar as spicy heat, but they are spicy insofar as they have like 10 different spices in them and all sorts of different flavors. So they are, I tried the dough was fantastic. So we are like, I'm feeling really, really, really good about these cookies in general, which is potentially concerning. We'll see. Anyway, we're going to start our second batch. So we're making four total. We're scaling this recipe and doing 4 recipes. So each single recipe makes 30 cookies, it says. I am doubling the recipe per batch. So each batch is a double recipe. So 4 versions. If it makes 30 cookies, if you're counting along, that's 120 cookies total. They're small as far as I can tell because they're supposed to be 1 tablespoon each. So this month's Cookie Club will include 3 cookies in your little packet and not the normal 2. Normally they are larger cookies, but because they are smaller, we're doing 3. So we're starting this second batch here by adding my melted browned butter to the mixer bowl. Then we're going to add brown sugar. And we're going to mix that together until the brown sugar is well combined, it says. So well combined means in my head, in this particular recipe, that there's no dry spots, but it's not, the sugar isn't like melted and incorporated in that way. If it needed to be, they would probably have said cream together the brown sugar, or until the brown sugar is fully incorporated or dissolved or it turns into a paste, or they would indicate something like that. Well incorporated to me just means that it's the same consistency throughout. So that's what we're doing. I love the language, the specific language of recipes and deciphering what the author is intending, because there's a there's a fine balance between providing every little detail that you could possibly provide, and like that's too much information and like not enough, right? So I love a recipe that tells you, gives you some language around like well combined, and it looks or smells or feels like something. Like, and it looks like a paste, or it looks more liquid than solid, like that type of direction. Anyway, so we mixed the brown sugar. We're adding this bowl, which is a mix of eggs, molasses, lemongrass paste, and red miso. So we're going to mix that in, and we're going to use the spatula here and make sure that we scrape all of that out of this bowl, because we want everything in there. Leave nothing in the bowl, or leave very little in the bowl is the goal. So then this needs to be well combined as well, or fully incorporated, thoroughly incorporated. So we're changing language from well combined to thoroughly incorporated. Put this in the sink. So this is all of my wet ingredients going in. I would say that that is fully incorporated. Everything is mixed together. Now we're adding rye flour mixture. So this has rye flour, baking soda, baking powder, ground ginger, ground cardamom, ground black pepper in here. All of that is in this bowl. So I'm going to add a little bit of this at a time to my mixing bowl. So I'm going to take my spatula and just add about half of this. I poured about a teaspoon of it on the counter here, which is probably okay. I think we'll be fine. I'm just pulsing it until it's kind of starting to mix, so that it doesn't get flour all over everything. Okay, that's good. Now we're going to add our second half of the flour here, and I'm just moving my paddle attachment to the other side of the mixer so I can dump this bowl in unimpeded. There we go. Okay. It's good. We're finished with that bowl. And now when I'm finished with this, I'm just going to, excuse me. Pardon me. Let me wash my hands real quick. I had to sneeze. I got a little flour in my nose. Oh. A little flour that smelled like ginger. That was the tastiest. Oh. Okay. Let's finish mixing this. Again, we're just going to pulse. Until, there we go. Okay. So the flour has started to mix in, and we want to mix until just combined, it says. So we're keeping an eye on this. And then I'm going to take and scrape the side of the bowl down, because I have a little bit that's coming up the side that's unincorporated. And we're not completely finished mixing yet, but I want to get this scraped down so that it all does get incorporated, and I don't over mix the thing. There we go. Now I tasted the first batch of dough, and it's The name of these cookies is Spicy Ginger Chai. And I would say the order of things that you taste is also the order of the name of the recipe. Because the first thing that you get is this like really powerful, like, oh, that tastes like something familiar. Because there's like a whole bunch of different spices in here and different flavors. Like it's at first it's like, oh, that's interesting. There's like something happening there and I'm familiar with it. It's like, is that French toast? Is that coffee? Is it like, you know, a latte? Is it lemon? There's like a lot going on. And then the crystallized ginger hits and you're like, oh, ginger. And it's sort of like the ginger flavor kind of like guides you in to where you're supposed to be, which is really nice. Okay, so we're mixing that, just incorporated. That looks good. Let's get this out and we'll scrape this paddle attachment off. And now this bowl that I am mixing all this in, I'm gonna just put that directly into the refrigerator because I took the last batch and put that in a different bowl so that I could use the mixing bowl again. But I'm finished my mixing, so I can just go ahead and use this bowl for that cooling purpose. I'm recognizing now that I weighed this bowl, and I know that it weighs 771 grams, but I did not weigh my big bowl, which is fine. I have the weight of the big bowl written down, but it's not on the bottom of the bowl like it used to be. Okay, so now we're going to be mixing in the, excuse me, now we're going to be mixing in the ginger. So this is the dough, and this is candied ginger that was pulsed in the food processor. So it's a little, there's like a couple different sizes of this. Now I'm just folding this in. So I'm just kind of making sure I'm digging up from the bottom and kind of giving this a little fold. These little pieces here are sweet and gingery, and I love that. Nutmeg was my nickname in college. Fuzzy John, did you play soccer by any chance? Because that is a soccer term. What we call here in the US soccer is referred to in the rest of the world as football. Boris, welcome in. Hello. Yeah, these are volleyball. Okay. Gotcha. This looks real good. This is funny because it looks on the overhead, this view here, it looks super dark, but it's actually a little bit lighter than this. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, that is just about, whoa, when you zoom in real close, it's the white balance it's getting thrown off because my counter is white. But that is, there's your dough right there. It's kind of sandy. Like it's not super sticky at this point, which is fine. I was not expecting it to be. So we're gonna cover this and pop this in the refrigerator. Now my other dough has been in there for 28 minutes now. So we're right on time. Where did I put that plastic wrap? There it is. Like I moved it, but where did it go? So we're gonna cover this and then I'm going to put my mixer away and we're gonna prep the counter for cookie production. So we're going to do a little bit of a turnover here and get the next steps of this process ready to go. That sound is great. And it's different too. There's like, I forget how many different Cookie Monster sounds there are in that one. I love this bowl because this bowl is the right size to just put some plastic wrap over and then put a rubber band around it. Perfect. Okay, we're finished with the covering. Now this is going to go into the fridge. I still need my scale because that is going to tell me how much each cookie should weigh. We're going to put this in the fridge. That'll fit right there. Perfect. Now, time check. 15:28. We are doing well with our timing today. Looking to be finished stream today sometime around 6:30, between 6:30 and 7 p.m. So we're like cruising in. We have a few more things to go here. I'm gonna leave that other dough in the refrigerator, and we're prepping for cookie production now. So that's a little different than our making process. So we did batch making. I made a quadruple volume of this recipe in 2 different batches. Each of those batches should produce, I'm counting on them producing 60 cookies, 60, which means that these cookies are pretty small. Okay, I'm putting the stand mixer away, like fully away, in the back of the cabinet. It lives in the back of the cabinet, behind the Dutch oven, behind the toaster. So it's a bit to get out. I don't use it super often. So, okay, that's away. Now, sugar is. This is turbinado sugar. We're going to use this in just a moment. Roll each cookie ball in the sugar before putting it on the sheet pan. So let's do a quick spray down of my counter. And I'm going to get rid of all these towels that I've been using because I don't recall what I was using each one for. So these are now towels for the wash. Here's parchment paper. If I need more parchment paper later, I will get that back out. But let's spray down the counter and give it a little wipe down with some paper towels here. Indigo, welcome in. I did not start a timer for my second batch of cookies in the fridge, so let's just start that. Now I think they'll be fine if I leave them in there for a little longer than 30 minutes, but I don't want to leave them in the refrigerator for like 2 hours. So if I end up getting to the point where I'm like, oh shit, I'm out of paper towels, that's fine. We'll just use the wipe. If I don't get to them in a reasonable amount of time, I might just pull them out because I don't want them to get too chilled, because it doesn't say to chill them overnight. If the recipe was like 30 minutes or up to 30 minutes or up to 24 hours, then I would be like, fuck it, we're leaving them in there. It doesn't matter. But it says 30 minutes. It's specific. So I'm gonna try to stick to that timing. Okay, counter is clear and clean. I'll wipe it dry with a clean towel. Perfect. All right, we are good to start our cookie production process. Let's read through what it actually says. About 30 minutes before baking, adjust the racks in the oven. Preheat the oven to 325. Done. Line baking sheets with parchment paper. Also done. Scoop a tablespoon of dough, roll into a smooth ball, then roll in the bowl of turbinado sugar to coat. Repeat to make 30 balls, placing them 2 inches apart on the prepared baking sheets. So each baking sheet should take 15 cookies. Now, that is assuming that you are using a half-size baking sheet. I'm using a full-size baking sheet. So each baking sheet should be able to take at least 20 cookies. If I'm going to make 100 cookies, and these take, that's five baking sheets. That is 13 to 15 minutes in the oven each. If I fully cycle these and get them in and don't have any open oven space, that is an hour and 15 minutes of just baking, which will take us to, call it 5 p.m. roughly. So timing is looking pretty good here. I'm happy with this. But let's get our turbinado sugar. It says into a shallow bowl. I'm going to use not a bowl. I'm going to use one of these dishes because this is shallow and is like the perfect size for rolling a little ball in. It calls for a specific amount of turbinado sugar, but like I'm making 100 of these cookies, so we're just gonna fill this and keep the sugar on the counter because I don't think that it's gonna. I think that I'm gonna need to fill this again at least a time or two. We have our prepared sheet pans; they were ready to go. Let's get our first batch of cookies out of the oven. Now, out of the fridge. What we're gonna do with these is we're going to weigh the bowl. We're going to weigh the whole thing, subtract the tare weight of the bowl, which is which I don't have. I have all the bowls except for that one. Son of a bitch. That's genuinely annoying. Okay, we're going to transfer the cookie dough to a different bowl so that I can get a good weight on what the bowl actually weighs, because I would like to be able to measure out these cookies to their exact amounts. So we're gonna be really nitpicky about this because that is how I am. If you've been here before, you know that, and if you haven't been here before, welcome. Follows are silent. Please hit the follow button. There's no alerts or sounds, and I'm not going to say hi to you in chat if you hit the follow button, because we love a lurker here. I'm a lurker on Twitch and YouTube, and I'm happy to have you. Okay, so this bowl weighs 1,004 grams. That's perfect. So we're going to take that weight, and I'm going to take all of this dough. Now, this was my first bowl of cookie dough. We've been putting all of this in. This has been in the oven. This has been in the refrigerator for 37 minutes now. I'm a non-chatter. I am a non-chatter. That's right. Although I was chatting on a stream the other night, but there was only like 3 viewers, and I was like, this is good. It was funny because it was someone stream, a new to me streamer, and I was enjoying their stream, and there's one other person in chat who I knew from the food and drink community, and they're not currently I don't know if they're lurking today, but they haven't been in this chat today, but they are in this chat occasionally, and I was like, hey, what's going on? Like, good to see you. Hello. We're both in the same place, which was fun. I do chat on stream sometimes, but I had been watching this stream. If I'm watching a new to me streamer for like 30 plus minutes, I will usually say hi and just be like, hey, what's up? I'm enjoying the thing that I'm enjoying about your stream. Like, because if I'm watching somebody new to me for longer than 30 minutes, they have captivated my attention in a meaningful capacity. Full stop. Which is great. So I always love being able to say hi, and here's why I'm appreciating what you're doing. So this weighed 1,004 grams. We are taking and emptying this bowl, and I'm wondering if on the bottom of this bowl I have the tare rate weight written. I don't think that I do because, and even if I did, it probably would have washed off in the dishwasher. So I guess never mind. But let's check anyway. I don't. Okay, good. I should etch them onto the bowls. That would be fun. Like scrape them with like, I don't know, some kind of thing. Okay. So this weighs 2,532 grams minus 1,004 equals 1,528 divided by 60 equals 25 grams per cookie ball. That is quite literally almost the exact weight that we always use for cookies. It's actually 25.4 grams per cookie ball, but like some of them are going to be 26, some of them are going to be 24. So like no problems. That's great. We love that. So we're going to, hold on. Let me write that down. Let me write down both of these numbers. 2532 whole. Dough, wait, times 60. Wait, so we do, let me do that math again. 2532 minus 1,004 equals 1,528 divided by 60 equals 25.4. 25.4 per ball. Great. Because I prefer to use math. I don't want to scoop this out with like, I don't want to have to scoop this out with like a tablespoon and try to figure it out. I'm just going to use my hands, and like I'm going to put some gloves on and use my hands, and I'm just going to go with that. So that'll be easier. I've got 2 sheet pans here. If each of these sheet pans fits about 20 cookies, that would be great. We'll bake one, and then we'll start rolling the other, and then we'll kind of move along. Mishmish, welcome in. Hello, nice to have you. Sofa, thank you for the shout out. Mishmish, fellow food and drink streamer. We were hanging out there the other night. I hope your stream turned out well. I hope your food turned out well. Wendy on YouTube says I always just say hi, then I subscribe. And if they don't, I leave it. I then subscribe. Yeah, on this stream I have come to the like, I don't put, if you subscribe or hit the follow, if you subscribe on YouTube or hit the follow button on Twitch, I don't say hi to you. Like I don't even acknowledge it, because I personally don't want that to happen when I am in a new to me stream. Well, mainly if it's new to me, I don't know what's going to happen when I hit follow. The best case scenario is nothing happens. They don't say anything. The worst case scenario is, to me, the worst case scenario is that person recognizes my name, if it's a food and drink stream, is like, and then plays like a thing with clips from my stream and says, like, asks a bunch of questions, because then I feel like overwhelmed. I feel overwhelcomed, I should say. I don't ever want to feel overwhelcomed somewhere. That's sort of my my gut. But anyway, Moon Dies, did I say hi to you? I don't think I did. Welcome in. But Anne, I get you. I am not quiet online. I'm not quiet in real life generally. But I also don't like to, I like attention, but I like attention on my terms. Does that make sense? Like, here's an example. In college, and throughout my life, I've never wanted to act, but I don't mind speaking in front of a group of people. I don't mind being on stage, but I want to be myself. I don't like playing a role. Velos, these are full-sized sheet pans. Yeah, they take up the whole oven. So we are, we'll work. We're working with the full-size ones today. I always use the full-size sheet pans for cookies. I actually don't really use these sheet pans for anything else. Do I? No, I don't. I don't think I might have used these for other things at some point. But I generally just use these for cookies. Okay, scoop a tablespoon of dough, roll into a smooth ball, then roll in the bowl of turbinado sugar to coat. Okay, so we're just, as I'm 4 cookies in here, I'm like, am I doing this right? Do I have my pen? Is my pen up here in my hat? It is. Okay, it's secure. I thought it was in my, like, I thought I had tucked it behind my ear, and I don't want to do that. I'd rather it be tucked into the place, the pen holder in the hat. I just don't want it to fall into the bowl. Okay, so roll into a smooth ball. So these are a little bit, what's the word? They're a little bit dry. So I'm kind of, I'm pressing them into a ball almost. You know what I actually want to do? Let me do this. I am going to take a pan. I'm going to put a piece of parchment paper in it, and I'm going to bake like 2 of these. I just want to see how big these are. And by the time I'm finished rolling the sheet pan here, we're going to have 2 cookies baked in this pan. So that's what we're going to do. So I'm quite literally going to just put these in the oven and bake them. And then we're going to keep moving. Let me start a count up timer. So this says 13 to 15 minutes is the goal for these. So I haven't done that before usually. But this time I'm going to go with it because I'm not sure how big these are going to be ultimately. And I don't want to, I'm like, okay, are they, how big are they going to be when they're cooked? What, am I like pressing them together too much? Like if they don't spread at all, like then I will have, then that means I'm pressing them maybe too hard or something. I'm not sure. I'm not really a scientist. I can't speak to all the nuances of the whys here. But we are supposed to get 60 cookies out of this bowl. And so far, we're looking good, honestly. This is, these are relatively easy to make. The dough is looking good. Let's check. It says 2 inches apart. So these are almost 3 inches apart. Damn. Okay. Hold on. If they're 2 inches apart, yeah, that's like that. That means I could get even more than 20 on a sheet pan. That means that I should be able to get, if they, depending on how far those ones in there spread, I might be able to get more than that on here. But let's try it. We're gonna see. So I've got row 1 kind of here. We're gonna keep rolling until we have a whole sheet pan anyway. So like I'm gonna be doing these for a while. So if that the cookies that are in there, in the oven, are certainly going to finish cooking before I finish rolling enough to fill this sheet pan. So we'll know. I should know how many I can get on a sheet pan before I need to put my first full sheet pan in the oven. And then what I might do is what I've considered doing before, which is preheating a sheet pan. So that other one, I might just toss into the oven for like a few minutes, like 2, like literally 2, and then have those be transfer the right amount to that sheet pan while it's still warm. Because kind of like pancakes, when you have a warm, when you get your griddle kind of perfect, it takes like, a couple pancakes to get your griddle perfect. The first batch of cookies going into the oven on a cold sheet pan is often a little different than, the second, third, fourth batch that's going in on a sheet pan that's already been warmed. Splodes, welcome in. Is the recipe listed? The recipe is listed in Discord, but if you don't want to join the Discord and you just want to like find the recipe, you can search for the name of the cookie, which is spicy ginger chai cookie by and then search for the author's last name, which is Lieu, Lieu. So this specific recipe is available on the broader internet. It's not hidden. So you can certainly find this recipe. I should have linked it in the menu, but like it's not her website. It's just the place that I have found it was not. I found it online. I didn't. I can't vouch for the site that it's on. Also, I didn't find the recipe online. I have the cookbook, like the physical cookbook, but I was like, is this recipe available on the internet? And it is. So. Yeah, Velas, leave yours for at least 30 minutes, which makes sense. I like to preheat my oven for a good long time. Like, I think I preheated it for at least an hour today. When I'm baking pizzas, I preheat the oven and the stone for like 2 hours, at least. Specifically for the pizzas, for the stone. Like, the stone takes a while to come up to temp. It's a stone. The heat has to soak into it. It also takes a while to cool down. The rest of my oven can be cool to the touch, and the stone will be warm. Yeah, at least an hour. It's definitely a thing. Like, you need to preheat. Like, you can't. I feel like if you heat your oven and like the moment it beeps to let you know that it's like ready, you put your food in or you put your stuff in, it always is going to take longer. It needs time to soak into the insulation of the oven, not just the metal. I want the air around the oven to be hot, not just the oven inside. Let me put some eyes on these. Yeah, these do not look like they have moved at all. At all. I know they're supposed to be small, but I'm curious what's going to happen here. They do not look like they've changed shape in any meaningful capacity. We're 6 minutes in, but it does say 13 to 14 minutes, I think is 13 to 15 minutes. So we're less than halfway, which is fine. Again, this is why I'm putting them in. So I don't have, I don't have a full-blown panic attack when a whole sheet pan of cookies is not visibly cooking on the first time I have them in. Okay. Again, this is why I want to preheat the sheet pan the next time. So we are going to do that. Not for 30 minutes, because that would have had to have happened already, but we are going to preheat. And it does say, I was chatting a moment ago about whether or not, that I was thinking like whether or not I'm pressing them together too much. Like, I'm not pressing them together a ton. I'm pressing them together because like it's a crumbly dough. Like, it sort of will fall apart if I don't give it a little bit of a press, but I'm trying not to like squeeze it together. I'm trying to kind of get it just to the point where it's sticking together. So I'm taking care to not like really compact it in. But that is Not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what the arc of the cooking process looks like for these. So, yeah, pizza iron. Have you used a stone? I'm assuming you've used a stone in some capacity before too. The only reason I got a stone versus a steel was because the place that I got it from didn't have a steel. I got it. It was like one of those things that I read. I was reading recommendations, and this one was like highly recommended type of thing, and it wasn't super expensive. So I was like, all right, that seems fine. But I've never used a metal version. I'm assuming that they're relatively similar. At least in terms of the outcome, like the end result, I'm assuming that they roughly do the same thing. I got this stone a while ago. It's certainly well before I started streaming. I don't remember when. I got it. It's funny. Initially, I got it to make pizza on, and then I didn't have the pizza peel. Like I didn't have the right tools to use the stone. So like I kept trying to slide the pizza off of like the back of a sheet pan, like trying to pick it up and like move it from the counter, like draped over my arms onto the thing. Like I didn't use the stone properly for the first like 3 years that I had it. Like I didn't know what I was doing. I had no idea how to like get the pizza from the counter to the oven properly. Which is like funny and silly to look back on now, but like I didn't know. I didn't have the right and I don't know, whatever. I just didn't look it up either. I didn't. I was just like, why is it not working? Let's keep doing it the same way. Stupid, but that's exactly what I was doing. But it all worked out. Yeah, anytime I get this thing out of the oven, I'm worried about like dropping it. I don't take it out of the oven very often though. After we did the pizza the last time, I took it out of the oven and gave it like a little bit of a scrub down, no soap, but just I like ran it. I scraped it with the plastic disc scraper and then ran it under the faucet for just a second and then tossed it back in the oven. To cool off. You're not supposed to soak it, but I was like, it'll be fine if I just kind of spray it down. Totally okay. Indigo, you can ask. I'm happy to read the question visually with my eyeballs. If I feel comfortable answering it, I will. And if I don't feel comfortable answering it, I'll tell you that, and then I won't. Did I cook this much before I started streaming? Yeah. In fact, I probably cooked more before I started streaming, honestly. I have been cooking for a long enough time. I started cooking sort of right after university. I cooked a little bit in college, but not like with any appreciable enthusiasm. It was like, hey, I need to eat to not die. But I would say I kind of started cooking in 2007. And I have a lot of history of like just cooking regularly. If you look at my Instagram page, it goes back way before I started streaming. So everything that I do on stream is something that's been done in like real life, or I've not everything, but like I've done a lot of this before. Like this is, I stream because I'm cooking. I don't cook because I'm streaming. So mainly what I'm making on stream is either for work purposes or for literally feeding my family. Now, was I doing 4 different types of pizza, like homemade pizzas with homemade dough before I started streaming? Yeah, absolutely. Yes, indeed. Bella says, as soon as I could get nearest the stove, I started cooking. Oh my God. Yeah, I remember cooking like mac and cheese when I was a kid. I remember cooking like small stuff. I know that we did some cooking like when I was in Boy Scouts, we did a little bit. And that was sort of like an intro to it in some capacities. So, all right, these are at 13 minutes, and to say that nothing has changed here is sort of an understatement. Scoop tablespoons of dough. Allow the cookies to cool. Interesting. Okay. So we're at 13 minutes. I'm going to give these 15 minutes. Oven is at 325. I'm wondering 30 balls. Okay. So these haven't changed. They do look cracked on the top. I'm going to get these out and like just see what the deal is, because here's the other thing. The picture of these cookies is from the top. So I don't actually know how big they are supposed to be or what their shape is. Because it says halfway through, until the cookie edges are set and the tops puff and crack. I'm wondering if I'm maybe supposed to give these like a little press when I push them on, when I get them on the sheet pan. Is my oven on? This is a stupid question. Like, I checked it earlier. All right, these are at 15 minutes. Let's get these out and just see what the deal is. I'm a little like, what happened or what's happening here? Did I miss putting an ingredient in here? 2 sticks of butter, rye flour, baking powder, lighter dark brown sugar, yup. Egg, yup. Molasses. Now everything's here. I definitely made these the way that they're supposed to. The oven's at the right temperature. First, I'm gonna get these out and check, because I'm at 15 minutes right now. So that's the upper end of my temp. Now, these, okay, it says edges are set, top is cracked. Now, these haven't really changed in their format very much. However, the top is cracked and the edges are what? I mean, that's set. That is a baked cookie. I think that with these, I think I might need to just press these a little bit on the tray. Like when I put them on the tray, just give them like a little bit of a press. Do I think if I stopped streaming, I would cook more or less? I would cook more, Indigo. If I wasn't streaming, I would cook more. Because setting up for streaming and like the process of all of the production aspect of streaming in my life takes up time that I would otherwise be in the kitchen doing things like cooking things. So I actually cook less now than I did previously. Although I will say that my cooking now has become more systematic and has become far more organized than it was previously. So there is that. There's like a little balance of that. Allow the cookies to cool on the baking sheet, it says. So I think I just need to give these cookies like a little tap, a little like press on the sheet. And if they're not going to spread like cookies like this, then I can put all these in the oven sort of just like they are. But let's crack one of these open and see if it's like cooked all the way through. Liz, yes, we do need to revisit the 100 Cookies book. I agree with you. I've been obsessed with this book recently. This Asian cookies book. Oh yeah. Okay. All right. All right. I see. Okay. So we press these a little bit. These are like the consistency of a brownie. These are almost fudge-like. Fox Mulder, welcome in. Yeah, Liz. Liz, that is definitely true. Fox Mulder, hello. Good to have you. Indigo, I think I enjoy cooking sort of regardless. I enjoy it in a different way when I get to talk to people. It's slower. It's a lot slower. But it's also more communal, which is exactly like Liz said. I started because like I'd be cooking dinner, like my son would be at school or he'd like come home. I started because he was at school, she would be at work. I would pick him up from school and come home and I'd start cooking dinner and he would be like doing other stuff, whatever. And she would come home from work and I'd be like, hey, come sit and talk to me. Like, let's chat. Cause I'm very chatty like that. And she's not in that same vibe when she comes home from work. So I was like, she's a gamer and she was like, I want to go downstairs and play Fortnite and like shoot some shit and like put my headphones on. Why don't you start streaming and like talk to people on the internet? And I was like, what do you mean? I thought streaming was just for gamers, Anyway, here we are almost 4 years later. Okay. Those are really good though. So I do think I want to press them just a little bit so that they're not a ball, but I'm very happy with the taste and consistency of these. And I can definitely see why they need to cool down. But yeah, the bottom is set though. Like it says the edge until the edges are set. Like this is crispy on the bottom. But yes, this is a cat Lieu. This is a cat Lieu recipe, correct? Okay, so we are going to take that. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take that other sheet pan out of the oven. I'm going to put it on the counter and transfer these to that sheet pan because that one's hot now. It's in the oven. It's like it's preheating. So we're going to transfer these to that sheet pan. I am going to I'm going to transfer these to the hot sheet pan, press them a little bit, and we're going to put both sheet pans back in the oven, and we're going to continue to roll cookie balls. I'm going to put both sheet pans back in the oven so that when I'm ready to do the next one, that I have a hot sheet pan coming out of the oven that is ready to just transfer cookie balls to. And I also think that part of it is that the sheet pan isn't hot, so it's not, when I put it in, the sheet pan was cold, so it wasn't like getting that heat from below to start out. So we're going to do the first full sheet pan of cookies here in just a moment. Have to remember that this sheet pan is hot. So let's not, yeah, I'm just going to give these like a little bit of a press, like not 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Now, who just came home? I don't know who that is. That could be Gwen or Calvin. They were both out of the house. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That sounds like Calvin. It is.
Your text about looking for my jacket until
Okay.
I was getting off of the bus.
You didn't look at your phone until you were off the bus?
No.
Okay. Calvin is home. Okay, that's fine. We'll look for it tomorrow because I'd love it if you had a jacket while we were camping. Callie Boo, I have a list of things on the table. I have two lists on the table. One is things to gather, and the other one is things for this evening. You'll know which one is which. Can I get you some watermelon or any type of snack?
Not right now.
Not right now? Okay. Hey. You okay? Okay.
I'm annoyed because I have to do I just remembered that now I have to do my Imagine Math because I lost my homework pass when I lost my pencil case.
You lost your pencil case?
Mm-hmm.
Did you check the lost and found for it?
Multiple times.
You lost your whole pencil case? There was so much in there. I'm sorry. When did that happen?
Like almost a month ago.
Oh, damn, you didn't. No, this is the first I'm hearing about it. Well, you had it when we cleaned your backpack out last. So.
I thought I told you.
Is it on the table over there? No?
No, but I had it. I remember I had it when we were in tech, and then the next class I looked for it, and I didn't have it.
Oh no! Did it have your name in it or anything? Do you know? Possibly. I'm guessing not.
No.
Okay.
I know it didn't have it on it. I'm trying to think of something in it that had my name, but no.
Okay. Calvin's home. I'm just catching up for a second. Okay. Well, I'm sorry. We'll add Imagine Math to the list too. You want
That's homework.
Yeah, okay. Do you want to write it in?
No.
It is the end of the school year. Calvin's bummed. Okay, so can I tell them why? I don't think that anybody heard you say that. Why you're bummed?
Yes.
Is that okay? Oh, okay. He's bummed because he earned a homework pass from one of his teachers and was looking forward to using it. Like, if you're a Survivor fan or like a Big Brother fan, right? You know, like the power of having an immunity idol, right? Calvin had an immunity idol and he lost his pencil case. And he was looking forward to using that homework pass when he really needed it and like really didn't feel like doing the homework. And it was in the pencil case when the pencil case was lost, which is very upsetting. But also in that pencil case was other things that were not a homework immunity idol. So that is unfortunate. Okay, we're going to open the oven. We're going to put this tray and that tray in the oven. And then we're going to roll out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 18, 24 cookies per tray. That's 48 cookies. 24 cookies per tray. And yeah, we are going to pop this back in the oven too with the parchment paper on it. We're going to set a timer for, let's do, there we go. Okay, got our timer set. First batch is in the oven. This is in the 100 Cookies Cookbook. They have a recipe for rum raisin cookies. Yes, which would be nice. I love rum raisin ice cream. I get the rum raisin ice cream from Franklin Fountain, and the raisins in it are like the size of this mouse. I don't think there's not a ton of humans in the world who would be like, yum, that sounds amazing, but I like it. The strawberry creme fresh bars, I saw those. Those are like, they have a whole chapter on bars, which is fascinating, and those definitely piqued my interest. The strawberries are only like a very short time of the year, and they're one of those they're one of those pieces of produce that you have to sort of plan to use. If you go to the market and you're like surprised that there's strawberries there, it's like you're already behind, you know? It is almost the end of the school year, though. That is true. We're cruising in. We're finished with the statewide testing. That's over. It's great. Indigo, thank you. I appreciate the recognition of that. I try and make a concerted effort to that end. I genuinely do. It doesn't always work, you know. Not everybody's perfect. Why am I putting in a sheet tray? Because I want that tray to be warm when I put the cookies on it. So basically, that neither sheet tray has been in the oven at all yet. So I want to it's sort of, like I was saying earlier, it's sort of like when you make pancakes and you preheat the griddle. Like if the tray's cycled in and out of the oven a couple times, it's got some residual heat to it. And I had the other tray in the oven for a little bit. So I'm sort of like, okay, let me put that one in and then we'll see sort of if it makes a difference. If they spread a little bit, a lot, you know, a little bit more or less. The one thing I will say about this recipe is I'm looking at the picture and it's not clear to me that this is, that it's not clear to me what the shape of this cookie is. It says to roll them into a ball, bake the cookies, switching the sheets between top and bottom rack. Liz, good luck with your call. Between top and bottom racks. So it also tells you to put the two racks, one in the upper and the lower middle position. So like basically the two middle sections of the oven. My rack is in the middle of the oven and I'm not moving it, and I'm not taking the cookies out and rotating them at all. So I'm also only baking one sheet pan at a time. The recipe says to use two different sheet pans. So you know, I'm sort of splitting the difference between those two. I have a rack directly in the middle and I'm not raising or lowering it. I don't honestly think that makes any difference. Like, I don't think it would make much of a difference with one sheet pan, sort of moving it up or down that little bit in the oven. If you're like, yes, it does, please correct me. But I'm also only baking one sheet pan at a time. So, you know, if there were two sheet pans in there, then yes, the heat would be different. Anyway, we're working on it. I think these cookies are meant to be sort of like a ball, and as in not like flat. All the ones that I've been making recently, like relatively recently, have been like really flat and crispy almost. So I think possibly this is also just me, having a like, oh, I just haven't had a cookie like that in a while moment, which I think is also probably very true. So we're rolling the dough here. I have 48 cookies. So I should be able to get two trays plus 12 more cookies out of this batch. So I have at least one more tray of cookies that can be rolled here before I need to get my next batch of dough out of the refrigerator. So also I'm considering these definitely will need to cool. Like they'll probably cool pretty quickly though. They're small. So they're not as, I don't know. They're thick, but they're also not huge. Like if these were those like 4-ounce like massive funny commercial cookies, then I'd be concerned. But they're not. They're like little tea cookies almost, which is appropriate because they are chai cookies. So I guess that tracks. All right. So Cow Mom is at the gym. your karate uniform is on the steps. It is clean. And all of your clothes, there's a few things that are in the dryer right now, but everything else is just in your room. So if you're looking for something specific and you don't see it, it might be in the dryer. But there's not a ton of stuff in the dryer. There's like half a load of laundry. Okay, so we have about 9 minutes left on those cookies in the oven. And these are going to be different to package because I'm not going to be able to seal them as firmly because I don't want them to collapse and like crack. So we'll try a package or two and see what it does before maybe make an adjustment or two as I'm vacuum sealing these. But we are definitely going to do 3 cookies per package. I was very correct in my assumption that these were small. I was not correct in my assumption that they would be small and flat. But these have rye flour in them, so maybe I should have just assumed that they would be a little, they would spread a little less because rye flour absorbs quite a bit of liquid. As far as I have come to understand. I was starting to do the beet cookies that I've been working on, that we've done 3 different versions of so far. I was starting to do those with rye flour, but I moved to using all-purpose because I wanted them to spread a little bit more than they were. With the rye flour, they were staying really puffy and very cake-like, which is sort of the texture that these have. Although, to be fair, these are much better. They are firmer. They're holding together better. Like, you know, this is obviously a much better usage of the rye flour than what I was trying to do with it. But what I'm also doing here is pressing these before on the tray right here before I transfer them, so that when I transfer them, I don't have to do that. I can just like put them on the tray and move forward quickly. So this is definitely a little slow going because they're because you have to form them. The flour or the dough is quite kind of grainy. But I think so far, they've been really easy to make. The batter, the raw dough tastes really good, and the actual cookies that came out of the oven taste really good. My one criticism of the recipe is that I wish it had a better description of what the end result cookies should look like, because I'm still a little uncertain if these are what they're supposed to look like. And the picture is like a fully top-down shot, so it doesn't really clarify the exact height of the cookie. It shows a completely non-contextualized top-down view of the cookie, which, to be fair, looks excellent and very much like the cookies that I just pulled out of the oven a few minutes ago. So, we're moving along. I think pressing them a little bit is good just to get, I don't want them to be a complete like donut hole style cookie. We have 5 minutes left on these in the ovens. They've been in there for about 10. Yeah, they are not, these are not changing shape. So whatever shape they go in as is what they're coming out as. And that, again, that's something that I would like as a person following a recipe. Specifically for cookies, it's a little confusing that they're not, but the texture of the finished cookie and the texture and taste were great. So I'm pretty sure that's what they're supposed to be. Anyway, maybe pressing them a little bit will make them worse. but I'm not pressing them like flat. I'm just kind of pressing them so they're not completely a ball. That is all. And we're working here. We're making good progress. I mean, this is just a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have these on this tray. I'm about to do, this is the 15th cookie. So by the time those ones are finished in the oven, I should be able to toss another tray in basically right away. It says to let them cool on the tray too. So we're going to keep rolling cookies, and we'll let the cookies cool on the tray for like 10 minutes or so. Maybe a little bit more, like right up until the point where I have like a minute, they have like a minute left in the oven, and then we'll take them and put them on a cooling rack and start traying up the next batch. Because I really don't want to have an empty oven. There's quite a lot of batches to go here to bake. So I want to make sure that I keep my oven in use and not sitting idly, because yeah, well, I mean, Calvin says it makes it lose its temperature. Really, it just makes me lose time. Like if nothing's baking, that means that nothing's happening. On a baking day, you want something to be baking all the time. Open the oven, take a tray out, put a tray in, close the oven, repeat. That's the goal. So the goal is to just keep my timing good in that regard. This first one will be a little different because I have both trays in the oven. But when I only have one in the oven, we'll be able to time it a little better. And I could use other trays. Like I have a couple other sheet pans, but I don't. These are the ones that I prefer using for cookies. They're just like I could fit a bunch on them. I just have the rack in the middle of the oven. They sit right in the center. It's not. It's a good like process. And in this part of the process, like having two trays in there at once, when I get them out would sort of be a lot. So I like having one thing in the oven to worry about at a time. That's good. All right, now 50 grams. So these are 25-gram cookies. So I am basically just using multiples of 25 and re-tearing the scale every once in a while. I think the highest I got up to was 125 grams. So 5 cookies. But these are looking good, and I have enough for my next batch. So 8, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Nope, I don't. I need 4 more. 4 more cookies in 1 minute. I don't think I can do that. I think these are taking more than 15 seconds each. Which is fine once I'll take that tray out and whatever. 1. Yeah, my timer just lit up. I got 1 minute. 1 minute for those in the oven. So we're working here. We're working on it. Yeah, that was 15 seconds, and I'm still not finished this one. So they definitely take me more than 15 seconds per cookie to roll. Which means that for my third tray, I might not get that in the oven. I'm being a little finicky about shaping them too. I'm trying to get them into a round shape so they're all kind of even. Okay. Timer's about to go off, so when this goes off, we're going to roll this one more cookie and then take these out of the oven. All right. So we got cookie going. We got one more cookie to roll. Let's get these out of the oven. No, you know what? No. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16, 24. Nope. Okay, that was actually the right, there we go. That was the right number. So we have the right number of cookies. So let's get these. No, I'm taking, hold on, out, a tray out, and then I'm filling that tray with these cookies. So let's put this here, that back. We have a tray of cookies coming out. Oh yeah, okay. They look like the picture, but the picture's from the top, so it's like confusing. Tray out. This tray is getting filled with cookies. Marianne, hello, welcome in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 cookies. This tray is going back directly into the oven. Those good to go. Timer reset and go. All right, this tray of cookies is finished. We're going to leave that sit over there. And we're going to keep rolling. I'm going to keep rolling from this batch of cookies until it is done. I'm going to dump the sugar off of this tray just so we can kind of start fresh. As our famous forefather Fred Durst said, we're going to keep rolling these cookies. Because y'all know I'll be loving that shit right here. God. Awful. Maybe this will take me less time if I don't tear the scale individually between each cookie. And I just keep multiplying. Maybe I'll shave off like a half a second here. Also, I think I'm being a little bit too precise about rolling these. If I'm going to flatten them, I think it's more important that they stick together, and then I just kind of give them a little tap. So those cookies on that tray look great. I'm very, very happy with the look of those. Sort of knowing what they taste like, they are, yeah, they're looking good. They're cracked, which is, they're all cracked. So that's a good sign. 2, 3. So I'm gonna need to get my next batch of dough out of here before I'm finished, so I can finish with this tray. WrestleMania 19, True Caretaker. Yeesh. What? I don't even want to ask what WrestleMania we're on now. Yeah, that song definitely takes me back to a time and several specific places. There's WrestleMania 42. No. Oh my God. That's wild. Tatsu, welcome. Hello. Hello. WrestleMania 42. Can you even believe it?
Yes.
What's the answer to the universe? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So recently, Calvin, this is not a deeply personal story. Recently, Calvin has discovered Eminem as an artist, and there's a song that he mentions like Limp Bizkit and Christina Aguilera and Carson Daly, and like he's been listening to it, and it's not like material to the song that you know who those people are, which is funny to me because I most certainly he does not know who all of. He's never heard of them.
Well,
Never heard of them.
Yeah.
Except for that song.
Yeah.
Yes. So you don't have a frame of reference for the Christina versus Britney wars. He just gave me a look. He's like, what? But it was funny because like the first time he was playing this song, I forget what the name of the song is. Obviously like Without Me, he said that's the one. Yeah, good wholesome artist indeed. You know, I don't care. When I was a kid, my let me be specific. My mom took tapes away from me that she didn't want me listening to, which just meant that I recorded them from friends on blank cassette tapes and put them in blank cassettes labeled something else because, like, obviously. She's never going to actually listen to the thing. She just sees the thing and is like, oh, Nirvana, we can't have that in the house, you know. So
I've heard of Nirvana, but I don't know what it is.
Calvin says, I feel like I've heard of Nirvana, but I don't know what it is. It's what you're seeking as a member of the afterlife. Just kidding. It's an alternative band from the Washington area, Washington State, from the 90s. I'm sure that you have seen their name or whatever, because they're popular now the same way Led Zeppelin shirts were popular when I was a kid. Anyway, I try not to limit the thing. If he's like discovered the thing, right, I'm not going to be like, you can't listen to that, because he's just going to listen to it. Like, just like I listened to it, he's just going to listen to it. I'm not going to stop him. If I think that it's harmful in some capacity, I'm going to say, like, here's why this song is awful. Because the time signature sucks, obviously. No, I'm just kidding. But, like, yeah, I mean, whatever. You want to listen to something with horrible words in it? Like, let me explain to you why the thing you're listening to is, like, misogynistic and awful, as opposed to just telling you not to listen to it, you know? Twinderella, I actually haven't finished it. I need to, like, go back. It's on my nightstand, and I haven't gotten completely through to the end of it yet.
What?
Anne says I'll be heating up leftovers. Big same. We're having either leftover pizza or leftover pasta. It is up to the individual which one you want to eat this evening. The Christina versus Britney wars, those were like drag out, man. If you were like Team Britney, you probably went. Team Britney was like private school. Team Christina was like public school. And if you know what I mean, and I don't mean that as like a unilateral like monolith. I mean like in general, I feel like that's sort of the like, and it all stemmed from the first Britney single where she was wearing like the private school uniform, and that was like, oh, okay, you've picked your lane, got it. Caretaker says my mom has memories of me singing "Welcome to the Jungle." Nice. Welcome to the jungle. I could never hope to hit that note. Anne says my music was never censored. I think it's better that way. Yeah, mine was to an extent. I think she gave up after a little while, if I'm being honest. I also was like super sneaky about it and was like, oh, okay, so you took the Nirvana tape away, but I still have it because I recorded it onto a blank cassette tape and like just labeled it mixed tape. Right? It is fun. I think Calvin listens to some of the music that I've like from the past, but like so did I. When I was a kid, I listened to things from like let's see, the 90s was 25 years ago, so I listened to things from the 70s. You know? Yeah. Oh my God, I love Led Zeppelin. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, Nirvana t-shirts have been sold in Hot Topic since the 1990, since 1990 at this point.
Someone at school is obsessed with Hot Topic.
Yeah, Calvin says someone at school is obsessed with Hot Topic. Well, 2 people. Yeah, and if I was in the building, that would make 3. I used to love Hot Topic, and I wished that I had more things from there. More specifically, I was like, I wished that I could do all of like my shopping there. I would have worn like all of the band t-shirts and all that shit. But like, I'm also kind of glad that like my folks didn't give in to my every little whim of like what I wanted when I was a kid, because I would have had like enormous Janko pants and looked like an absolute clown. You shut your mouth. He said you still do. You fucking you fuck.
Sorry, can't mistake.
Dickhead. Anyway, has Calvin seen cassette tapes? Yes. Seen them? Yes. Not music. We haven't listened to music on a cassette tape. We found a cassette tape of me when I was a kid, like talking to my dog.
Oh, doing interviews. Doing
interviews with like people in the house, which was funny. Like we found it, and I found a way to play it, and it was enlightening. I found my Blockbuster card yesterday. I've been going through the stuff that was in the basement that got flooded and like ruined. And I found my laminated Blockbuster card with my full government name and childhood address on the back. Which is so, I was like, whoa. Calvin, you're getting accolades and high fives and such. Folks appreciate your... He doesn't know what an accolade is. Yeah. It's, an accolade is telling you did well at something. They appreciate that you gave me some shade.
Nope, anything for the fans.
Anything for the fans, he says. 9 says, I got excited about an Aldi quarter holder keychain that looks like a cassette. And I just get excited when I remember my quarter. Yeah. Like, what is the thing that means save on the computer? What is that? Like, kids don't know. Yeah. Yeah, Tatsu, I'm like I keep things. I have like lots of little knickknacks and stuff like that. So a lot of things that were in that basement space were ruined and like needed to get thrown out. Like I had a couple boxes of baseball cards down there. Like a few of them are good, but like I'm not going to go through it. Like they're like they have mold, literal mold on them now, like from getting wet. So like they're just gone. Like we're just getting rid of those. But some stuff I have like letters and things that were like handwritten letters from like my parents and stuff that I'm like, I'm going to dry those out and like keep those, you know? So I do have a lot of stuff, and in amongst those things are things like my Blockbuster card from when I was a child, you know? Yeah, it's a Flopatron, right? There were several floppy disks in there.
Back from art today.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Good. All the ones you turned in. That's great. Okay, so I got
Hi.
a couple more of these to roll before I can do another tray. So Gwen's home. Time check, 4:42. All right. A MacGuffin. What's a MacGuffin? Can you show that? Is your name on there?
It's on the back, but
Okay.
we don't have to show the back.
Okay. What do you got? Calvin's got some art projects he'd like to share. We got some art projects.
Like an abstract unit.
An abstract. So when I say what is it, the answer is it's abstract.
Well, it's like
It's art.
Yeah.
Right. The Smithsonian, 9 says the Smithsonian's looking for volunteers who can read cursive. I can read cursive. I can read cursive pretty well.
There's also this.
Both my parents wrote in
We had to
cursive, like
paint.
all my letters to me.
We had to paint those instead.
Oh, it reminds, Anne says it reminds me of an aquarium.
This is.
Not that, the previous one.
This
Okay.
is the barn.
Oh, let me see that rooster. Oh, that looks way better than the last time I saw it. Last time I saw it, it didn't have any of the things other than the rooster.
This is the fence in the back.
Okay.
Trees. The rooster, obviously. The shadow. Yeah. You
Super.
can see the shadow.
Yeah,
And
very cool.
the last thing.
The last thing, what do you got? That looks like a fragile piece.
Mm-hmm. There's a Valentine's heart dish.
Valentine's heart dish.
Um,
Okay.
we had to make like a pot, like a clay pot thing in the shape of a heart.
That's cool. Which one did you find the most rewarding to make? To do? Which one gave you the most satisfaction? The rooster. Why?
I don't know, just looks better.
It looks better? Do you feel like you did a better job with it? Or do you think that you prefer having guidance of what you're supposed to be doing?
No, I think I did a better job with that.
Okay.
And then also, this was a thing for Dr. D.
Oh, cool.
Dr. D's class.
Yeah.
We
Looks like a
had to
Minecraft cat.
draw something on a coordinate grid.
Okay.
Draw using like the points, and then we had to, on paper, we had to do the steps, like go from 2, 4,
Okay.
to 1, 0.
All right. Can you move your computer though right now? Because I need to use this space. All right. Because we got 30 seconds left. I got to get these off this tray. Oh yeah, these are nice and these are kind of solid. That's nice. Okay, we're gonna get these off, get the other ones on, and then in about 15 seconds, my timer is gonna go off, and we're gonna switcheroo the cookies in the oven.
And this is the updated donut.
Okay, just a second, because I'm getting. All right, timer is going off. Stop. Okay, we got tray. Hold on. Don't put that back on the counter because I got a hot tray coming right here.
Yes,
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, this is going in a moment. Once this comes out. Hot.
I know.
I know. I'm just continuing to say it because I want to make sure that you hear it. And that's going in, and timer starts. Okay, good. I'm gonna leave these right over here. These are gonna stay right there on the tray. We're gonna dump the sugar off, and we're gonna start our next tray. Beautiful. And you loved working with clay. I don't really recall a lot of art from school. I mean, I recall like having art class, but I don't recall a lot of what I liked better about what classes. I know I have several art projects that made it through the flood that I could probably compare to his. Not like compare as in better or worse, but just like some comparable projects. Tati said, my dad once showed me a love letter from my grandpa to my grandma from his trip to Europe. I could not get you this thing I asked for. I searched here, there. I managed to find this other thing. And the letter was referencing each gift. That was a man who was like trying to accommodate in the best way that he could. That's so cute. That's really funny. Hot stuff coming through, and I'm carrying a tray of cookies. Hi-yo! We love that.
That's hot.
Okay. What else do you have to say here, child? before you go to get your clothing ready. Your donut. Looking good.
So
Donuts. Sorry, I didn't see the other ones. Hot tray.
I know.
Okay. I'm being edged out here of the thing here. Zoom in and show that donut. There you go. There you go. Okay. Good. 9, I did use tea powder in the cookies. We used Hojika, Hojika powder. It's like a tea powder. It says you can use that or black tea powder, but I used that exactly what the recipe called for. Yeah. All right, you finished with what you got going on there? Okay. Is the list of stuff I asked you to grab / do you have any questions? No questions? Okay. We have there's a lot happening this week. There's a lot happening. All right, but we should be able to get, let me see, 24 cookies per tray. That's still 5 trays. Yeah, 5 total trays of cookies. So we have 1, 2, 3. So we have a little more than a tray to finish. No strawberries. No strawberries yet, or they were out of them. Whenever I see strawberries at the farmer's market, I buy so many of them. This is the time of year when you gotta, like, at least for me, people snap them up so quick here. Me included. Like I am the person I'm talking about, because when I see, like, you know, a bunch of strawberries at the market, I'll buy like several quarts of them, and I will figure out something to do with them. And that something is usually eat them raw directly from the container. And if I don't do that, and I'm like, if they're starting to look in any way like they might go bad soon, I will make, I'll make something out of them. I'll make like a compote. I love making simple syrup out of them. I love making, or I'll just freeze them, like just trim them and freeze them, which is also good. Wegmans, Jamie, welcome in. Hello. 4 pounds of strawberries. Hell yeah. I'm into that idea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm very much into that idea. The farmer's market that I go to, I'm trying to get back into the rhythm of going. It's been difficult. It's been difficult. We've had like stuff on the weekends. And more specifically, like Calvin will have karate on Saturday mornings. His karate class is at 10 on Saturdays. The market opens at 9 and ends at noon, and karate class is an hour long. So, and it's walkable from karate. Like we can do both. So what, you know, it's been harder because I'm like, I like getting there first thing. And we just have been out of the routine. So more recently, we've been trying to go first, like go to the market and then just take the stuff from the market to karate class, so that, you know, I'm just, because it doesn't need to be refrigerated. Like it can be out of the fridge for an hour. It's sitting out of the refrigerator at the market for that long. And I'm like, I have this aversion where I was like trying to come home first and then like race to the market, race home, race back out to karate. And I stopped doing that for a while because that was a lot. It felt like a lot, and it was. And now I'm just like, well, I can just take the stuff from the market and bring it to karate. Like, who gives a shit? So I've done that a couple times recently, and that's been great because I'm like, I still want to get there like first thing. I'm like, now, like we got to get there, like when they're opening up at 9, I'm like, there, like, let's go, you know, which is great because then we can take it easy, and then karate's literally like on the trip home. So it's been good. All that is to say, I have not seen strawberries at our market yet, but I would, when I do, you will know because we will have them on stream. Explodes compote with what? When I do like a strawberry compote, I usually just use the strawberries and strawberries, very little bit of like either water or some type of juice if we have any juice, which is rare, usually just water, and then a bunch of sugar, like either sugar or honey. I prefer honey, but if I don't have a ton of it, I'll just use regular white sugar, and that's okay too. So, but I try not to use the strawberries for that because that is sort of my least favorite version of the thing. Oh yeah, compote the strawberries, right. Got it.
Oh, I just realized that I had this suit on earlier.
Okay.
When I was on.
Okay. Cool. Check that the site may go tomorrow. Nice. That's fine. Okay. All right. All right. We got a couple minutes left in that. We got 8 minutes left to go on that tray in the oven. So we're moving in. I've got 12 cookie balls so far. Yeah, Tatsu, it is kind of frustrating when it goes down. But that's where using the tops and those pieces, I'll make a simple syrup out of that. That is like, you know, when I'm trimming that many strawberries, I'll toss all of the little like trim and leavings into a pot with like a bunch of sugar and just sort of let them simmer for a little bit. I don't know what else you would do with them, but I do. That's what I do with them. Caretaker says we used to go to a pair of markets, and it's out of the way now. Yeah, that definitely. Schedule changes and location changes really can throw you off. They do for me. When we started doing karate at 10 a.m. on Saturdays, it like really threw the whole market cadence off for me because our Saturday morning for a very, very, very long time was farmer's market. Like get up, make it easy Saturday morning, like make breakfast and then like leave to go to the market and come back. Put things away, you know. I've done a couple streams where like on Saturday morning where like we come back from the market and I like do my market haul and put things away. And like I haven't done one of those in a long time because like we haven't gone to the market and like that's I'm trying to get back into that rhythm because it really is a better way to eat and it's a better way to shop anyway. For me, it's cheaper. Like it is demonstrably cheaper to buy things directly from the people growing them. And it's not even close. I go to the market. If I go to the grocery store and buy the same amount of produce, it's like $30+ more. Like I'll buy a whole basket full of stuff at the farmer's market and it's still like under $50. And I mean like a big old basket full of stuff. I'm usually surprised at how little the actual cost is, but then you have to go through the effort of like getting there, you know, and making sure you're there when they're open and getting there first to get this stuff that's available, you know. So like the market is a bit of an extra effort. I love pick your own strawberries, but those places are always super expensive too. Nine says we have a Wednesday and Saturday morning market and Thursday evening. Super. I love that. A lot of towns will have like two. It's always nice to have a midweek market. We have one here that's on Tuesdays that I can go to sometimes. So if I miss something on Saturday and I like do some meal planning and I'm like, oh shit, I need that thing this week, I can usually just bump whatever meal that is to like Wednesday, Thursday. Because I don't like cooking on Friday. And then count on like going to the Tuesday market to get that like last item. Tati says, so if you pick small strawberries, can you get more than if you pick large ones? Because compost doesn't care about the size. I mean, yeah, I feel like sometimes smaller ones to me sometimes seem more bitter. But then again, so do the large ones seem flavorless too sometimes. So, I mean, I don't know. I like just whatever was freshest. Like if it's, hey, we picked these this morning or whatever, or like, when I'm looking for strawberries, I'm usually looking for like the consistency of them. Like if they're really solid, I don't really want them, or too soft. Kind of that size doesn't matter as much as like consistency for me. Yeah, you got a compost company for your organic waste. Super. We do compost here. And I've said this before, but I pay for compost because our city doesn't do like public compost. Some places do. Some cities will do like compost generally. Like I know in Toronto specifically, the last time I was up there, my buddy who lives up there was like telling me that they just, they got like a little bucket and they just put the bucket out with like the trash. And it's like trash day, recycling day, and compost day. And I was like, damn, like that's amazing. We don't. And I don't mind. It's one of those things that I don't mind paying for because I feel awful when I'm just like putting food in the disposal, and not even food, just like scraps of stuff. I try to use a lot of the scraps that I create, specifically from vegetables, for stock. But I mean, there's certain things that you just, you can't do that with. And if something's like strawberry tops or whatever, like, and you're not going to use it for something else, like, it is much nicer to compost it, I will say. We did a tour of Bennett Compost. There's a private compost company in Philadelphia that that handles, I think, most of the city's private composts, at least as far as I can tell. Most people use Bennett. Tatsu, for strawberries, you go for color. Yes, of course. That is also a very clear indicator. Color first, more important than texture, for sure. I'm like, why? I don't know why. Yeah. Thank you for being like, obviously you go by color, Lou. Yeah, like dark red and slightly soft. I'm gonna eat those on the way home. All right, one more cookie. We made better time with this rolled batch. We got slightly more efficient at this one. Sofla, thank you for the link. There's a link to Bennett Compost in chat. They have a lot of interesting resources on their website, not just for folks in Philadelphia. Like, you can't, if you're in Iowa, you can't subscribe. I'm sorry, that's just how it is. But if you are in the greater Philadelphia region, Bennett Compost is certainly worth checking out, especially if you're in Philly, because otherwise there's really no one that will take your compost. Bennett just merged actually with another compost company, the other private compost contractor in the city too. So they're now like definitely the largest compost handler in the city, which is awesome. They were super nice to chat with when we went over to their facility. And I would like to get that up as a video on YouTube. It is an archived live stream on YouTube, but it's not on Twitch. So if you wanted to watch it, you'd have to go to the YouTube channel. But there is I'd like to edit that farther down. It would be fun to do that. I just, time is a finite resource, and editing the Bennett Compost video has not been my peak priority, if I'm being super honest. Because you know, mainly because I don't really have editing skills. But also I was starting to work with someone for doing that, and I realized that I also had to do a lot of work in order to make that happen. So that's also hard. Anyway, woe is me editing YouTube. These cookies look great. I'm gonna get my other rack out here, and we're gonna let those sit, and we're gonna keep rolling here. We are moving. We're moving with these. I'm real. These look fantastic. Like I'm very happy with these, and they've been. These ones over here have been drying and cooling, and they are solidifying. So they are turning into like bona fide cookies, as opposed to like miniature cakes, which is really great. So fluff. They taste really, really good too. Fresh out of the oven, they were very cake-like. But as they cool, I'm imagining they're getting harder. I haven't tried one of the ones that are cool yet. So we're gonna get to that once I'm finished rolling. I'm in the middle of like the rolling time currently. So I have probably, what do they say? 5 trays worth of dough that needs to cook. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is gonna be the last tray in the oven. We did 24 cookies per tray. So I've got probably 50 cookies on that tray over there. And then another 24 here, 24 in the oven. So these are, the dough that's in here should take me through to the last tray. I shouldn't have, I should be able to just fill one more tray. Wait, 24, 48, 96. Yeah. Boritz, welcome in. Happy Friday Junior to you. Twinderella, yeah, good idea. What are you going to bake first? In a new bunt pan. Congratulations on your new baby bunt. You know what I love in a bunt pan, and this is not, this is not a baking thing, but I love a sandwich in a bunt pan. When you put like the roll sort of in the bottom, and you make like a sandwich, and then you flip it over and dump it out, and you like slice it into little pieces. I know that's ridiculous, but it's a thing that I love. Just after midnight. Well, hey, happy Friday then. We're still back here on Thursday. How's Friday going? Is it okay? Is the future better? It would not be better. Anyway, sour cream pound cake. Nice. I love sour cream in baking. The cookies, though, back to your question. The cookies tasted. I tasted one like 2 minutes out of the oven. It was really delicious. Yeah, Jamie, I've made a sandwich like that before, and you kind of just like, you put all the rolls in the bottom and then you sort of layer it on itself, like, and it builds, obviously, like it doesn't fall apart, because it's all in a pan. So it's kind of fun. And then when you flip it over, it's like in a circle and you can cut it, and it makes it nice and easy. You ordered a Black Forest cake. Hell yeah. That is called self-care. And we love that. Ordering food as opposed to making it, always a good move. Maybe not always the best, like financially, if you just order carry out every day, but you know what I mean. I love Black Forest cake. There's a Black Forest cookie in this book that I am cooking from today that looks really good. I actually have tagged as a potential cookie club cookie, although I don't think it would be that good, because I think it would be amazing as a cookie. I don't know if it would be great for a cookie club, because it has like a chocolatey sort of sauce and a cherry on top of it, and I don't see that translating to packaging very well. Big mad yesterday over some Microsoft nonsense. Microsoft is full of nonsense. What else is new? I have no idea what a Black Forest cake even is. It's just chocolate ports. It's like just aggressively chocolatey cake. It's like a fudgy sort of thing. All right. But with a cherry filling. Yes. Yeah, it has like black cherries in it. Warzy says, and lots of whipped cream. Warzy, welcome in. Yes, lots of whipped cream. Absolutely accurate. I mean, lots of whipped cream is really sort of necessity is not the right word. It is a really fantastic addition to many different types of cake, not just Black Forest, but especially Black Forest. The cream cuts, in a weird way, the acidity of the cream cuts the richness of the chocolate. Like the cake is richer than whipped cream. And I say acidity of whipped cream as if whipped cream has any acidity in it, you know? Ports, anytime I have to deal with tech stuff, I just feel like such a Luddite. I just can't. I'm not in the... I feel you. The frustration of like, oh, I don't know why that did that. Why that did that thing. Why does that thing doing that? Who knows? Anytime I have tech stuff like that, I'm just like, let's reinstall it. A friend of the stream recently messaged me in Discord to ask if I could add some pronouns to the pronoun bot in Discord. And I was like, sure, not a problem. And I went to do it, and the bot was like, you don't have permissions to do that. And I was like, the fuck? Like, what do you mean? It's literally it's literally a server that I am the owner and administrator of, that I invited this bot to. What do you mean I don't have permissions to manage roles? And then I like went and changed a couple roles for other accounts. And I was like, well, of course I could manage, of course I can manage roles. I was like, this is a bot problem. And like, yeah, the bot has no tech support, obviously, because it's free. And some folks in another server I'm in, I like asked them and they were like, just kick the bot and re-invite it. And I was like, but that's going to clear everyone's pronouns. Like, I don't want to do that. Certainly there's a better way. Anyway, all that is to say, Ports, your Microsoft stuff sounds frustrating and I do not have any answers for you. A module exam. Good luck. Good luck with the studying. That's studying. That sounds like it could be a lot of anxiety. I haven't had to like study for a test in a long time, and I do not foresee that happening anytime soon unless something has gone very, very wrong. Or right. Maybe some benevolent sugar daddy's going to come in and be like, I'm going to pay for you to go to business school. And I'm going to be like, can I go to a school but not for that? Have you tried turning it off? Yeah. That is literally the entrance exam for vocational school, right? Is what's your first step when you have a tech problem? Mine is usually sigh really heavily and just walk away for a little bit. Yeah. The bot. So just on Tuesday, the bot that the code for the bot that plays clips, like Twitch clips, was like freaking out. And I like asked in the person who runs that, I asked in their server, like, hey, what's the deal? Like, is this a known thing? Is this an issue? And other people were like, oh, I just like re-added the source on OBS and it like made it better. And I was like, what? Why would that work? Like, sometimes you're like, why would the thing work? Well, because it does. Whereas you ended up with a dubbed apple pie a la mode bars. Okay, that does not sound like a bad outcome. Apple crumble, nice. I kind of love that. How do I name a recipe? Well, mostly the ones that I write for money, I don't name. So how do I do it? I submit a title and they tweak it as they see fit for SEO purposes. Honestly, yeah, that's it. I think just something that that helps set expectations is the important part. Like if it's going to be crumbly, putting the word crumble in it seems important. If it's going to fall apart. Like for this particular recipe, I kind of would love it if they called them like cookie balls. Because they are very round and not at all flat. You were making 9 bars and was trying to think up what else I could do with all the custard powder and apples. I mean, that sounds like you landed on a really good outcome. I can appreciate the like, well, let's just throw it together and see if it works. You know what I mean? I think for stuff like that, as long as the taste is there, it's like great. You know, sounds perfect. So it was like 9 bar crust without the chocolate and coconut, layer of apple pie filling, custard cream, and crumble. I mean, I would eat that. What are they? Do you eat them cold or warm? Oh my God. Ports. Plugging it back in always helps. That is true. That is always true. I just recently got a new printer because I am of the like the type of person who, when I have a recipe that I'm following, I print it out because I don't want to look at it on a screen. Always. I like never ever want to look at a recipe that's just on a screen. I can't. It like it's like not within my realm of it takes all of the joy out of it for me. It saps every little bit of joy that remains to have to look at a screen while I am cooking. For the recipe, not for looking at chat or running the stream. The recipe is in a cookbook over there, and I haven't looked at it in a while because I don't need to at this point. Yeah, you can take notes. Exactly. Wordsy, are you trying to make a recipe out of this, or are you doing a separate, or is this just like a use it up situation? Because it sounds really good. I mean, it sounds like a thing that like often, it sounds like a thing that like if you could recreate it and sort of formalize it, it might be nice to do that. One of the things that I had considered doing or was considering doing for the Creator Club, for the Food and Drink Creator Club, was a session on recipe writing specifically, which I haven't gotten farther than like asking the Twitch staff if they would be okay with that, and they were like, yeah, sure. But I feel like that might be an interesting thing for folks, even for folks that write their own recipes regularly, because anytime I talk to other people who do that kind of work, I always learn something. And if you think you know everything, guess what? You don't. Mint chocolate ice cream. That sounds perfect. I love mint chocolate ice cream. It's top 5 favorite ice creams for me. Itis, welcome in. Hello. Nice to see you. Sofa, thank you for the shout out. Fellow food and drink streamer. Hello, Itis Meal Prep. Now, you know, can I ask a question? Can I ask like a weird question? I've heard other people refer to you in chat as Itis, but your name could also be It Is. And I had just recently, I had a moment where I was like, am I am I and everyone else saying this weird? Is that like, can I feel like that's a weird question to ask after having known you vis-a-vis the Twitch food and drink internet streamer culture for as long as we have. But I just like, I had that moment where I was like, is this itis? Got it. Okay. Thank you. Because I had that moment where I was like, you know, I feel like this is not correct. I feel like I'm the one saying this in the way. So I will definitely remember that. Thank you. And sorry if that was awkward. I hate sort of, I don't know. It's one of those things where like if I've met someone 50 times, I will still ask them their name if I don't remember in real life. And they'll be like, what do you mean? Like, we went camping together like multiple times. And I'm like, yup, that's why I want to know your name. Because I don't mind if it's awkward. I do mind if I'm wrong. Thank you. I will commit that one to my mental calculus. Chocolate malted crunch ice cream, Twinderella. I am with you. Port says number 1 is rum raisin. All right. 2 is licorice. Then either mint or possibly some virgin nougat. Nougat? All right. I see you. I love rum raisin too. Rum raisin is very, rum raisin is one of those ice cream flavors that's odd, or like it feels so old. It's like your grandfather's favorite ice cream was rum raisin. You know what I mean? It feels so ancient somehow, but yet I love it, and I love raisins. I don't care either way for rum, but you know, it's good when it's in ice cream. I don't drink it otherwise. I didn't really drink rum when I drank. I only drank rum in like a mixed drink, but my timer went off, so we're transitioning cookies here. We've got this last tray, and I'm going to put this little John right in the middle there, because that's certainly not going to take these gloves off. That's certainly not going to change anything being in the middle. These things don't spread for shit. So let's get this out. Push my scale to the side so it doesn't sit on the plastic and melt. I'm going to toss this in. And now we are on, that is our last tray. Last tray in. And y'all, you can clap for me because I set the timer for every one of those trays. Which doesn't always happen, but it did this time. And we're proud of it. Okay. All the cookies are either baked or are in the oven finishing.
Can you just eat it now?
Yeah. What do you want? Pasta? Yeah. Is Daisy like gonna turn inside out over there? What? She's making the worst noise I've ever heard. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, if you want to eat now, that's fine. I don't know what Calvin wants, but he can have pasta. There's plenty of pasta and there's pizza in there too. Either of those is fine. You can just eat what you want.
I told him I was going to eat now.
Okay.
He told me there was pizza or pasta.
Okay. Yeah. I was looking in there earlier and I was like, oh, what are we going to have for dinner? Oh, no. And I was like, wait, got all this pizza. Port says, I've loved rum raisin ice cream since I was 3. I don't think I had rum raisin ice cream until I was older. Big can of malted milk to make a Guinness cake. I've never had malted milk like just as it is. I've had malted milk balls like candy. You ever have?
What?
You were 10 years old, smiling at the word balls.
I wasn't.
Yes, you were. Yes, you were. Yes, you were. Uh-huh. You're allowed to just smile, but it is sus immediately after the word balls is spoken out loud. A chocolate chip cookie. Chocolate chip cookies are so it's fun. They're like snowflakes. Everyone's favorite chocolate chip cookie is. Yeah, there's so many different types. Can we not put the dog food on the counter, please?
What? It's in. What do you mean? God damn.
I am literally making cookies to send other people. I've been taking great
There's
pains to.
dog food on the counter. Feed the animal. She's over there dying.
Yeah,
God.
I know. I know. Glad you're feeding the dog. No, I am glad you're feeding her. She wasn't making any noise until you walked in.
No one else gives her food.
Okay. Yeah. All right. We back. Woozy says, do I have a lot of cookbooks? I do. Oh, shit. Look, Patrick. Hello. Nice to see you. Friends of the stream who are hanging out here. We just got a very lovely raid from good friend, fellow Philadelphian Patrick Richards, who is well represented on the refrigerator here, as well as on the water bottle I carry to the gym every day, and in general. Yeah. Patrick, I'm waiting for somebody to recognize your hat, because I wear that at the gym too. We were talking about cookies, our favorite cookies, but let me scroll up and say hi. Sofa, your shaky cheese container is great. The red one is pure Parmesan. The green one is a mix. Or one of them is a mix. What's that?
No.
I thought red was Romano.
Green is always Parmesan.
Gwen says green is always Parmesan, and I think the red might be a Romano mix. I don't know. Patrick, welcome in. Let me scroll up and say hello. Prophet of Regret, welcome in. Lazarelli, hello. Hectophonic, hello. Holmesby, welcome. Moon Dies, good to see you. Sister B, hey, hello. Skittle Jello. That's a good food idea. I like that. It's nice to have y'all. Wokeface, hello. Ghost in the Net, welcome in. Y'all were chatting cookies. What were y'all chatting? What kind of cookies were y'all chatting about? Today we're doing, did I set my timer? I did set my timer. Warzy Blue says they see a shark on the fridge. We also have a shark on the fridge. We have a lot of things on the fridge. This is like the little streamer corner of the fridge here. Friends who just joined us from Patrick's stream. Do y'all recognize this one too? Maybe you recognize this one. It's possible. Welcome in, y'all, though. It's nice to have you. Let me tell you that follows are silent. If you're the type of person who just enjoys lurking, there's no alerts, there's no sounds. I'm not gonna like say hi to you. I'm not gonna call you out. You can just enjoy lurking and following at your content. If you want attention from me, I'm happy to give you that attention in chat. You just have to say hi. So, friends who are hanging out here, let me talk to you for just a moment. Patrick is a very lovely streamer. I was watching Twitch. This was like 4 years ago. I was watching another DJ. I got raided into Patrick's channel, and he was like, "Hello, I'm Patrick Richards. I'm from Philly," and I was like, "Follow." So, Patrick plays house music and a large variety of other things. He has his own individual like tracks that he's done. He produces music. He plays music on the internet. He is a extremely down-to-earth human being whose channel I deeply enjoy lurking in and watching on a regular basis. So Patrick, thank you. I appreciate you bringing friends my way. And I understood if you got to like go and like raid or whatever, like if you're hanging out with the dickheads in Discord, you do you. I appreciate you bringing friends. Folks who joined us from Patrick's stream, let me say hi to you. Patrick, thank you. Thank you for the bits. Holy shit. I appreciate you. Do the kids still do it this way? I do. I just learned how to do it this way. And my son was like, no, we don't do that anymore. And I was like, shut up. Like, can't I just have one thing? No, I can't. My son's 10. Anyway, it's nice to have y'all. My name's Lieu. This is a food stream. So we're cooking. I'm a home cook. I'm a recipe developer. I'm a parent, thus the dads. I also live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they, and I am honored to have your presence. Thank you. Follows are silent. As I said, we have a good friendly community for lurkers. I like to chat. I will chat to myself, or I will chat to you if you say hi to me. Our stream is all about cooking and conversation, mostly vegetable forward family meals, but we also do a lot of recipe development. We do baking, we do meal prep. We also do IRL stuff out in the world that is generally out and about in Philadelphia. And our community is very conversational. It's as if you're sitting at your friend's kitchen counter while they're cooking. We talk about food, we talk about life. You can distract me in myriad number of ways, which is why stream is often long. And as I said, we're very kind of weird, a little bit spicy sometimes. We love a good innuendo. And that's it. Today we're making cookies. We're making cookies for our community members. We send cookies out for the monthly Cookie Club winners. Those are folks who are part of the community who've earned entries for Cookie Club in a bunch of different ways, both free and paid. Command cookies in chat if you want to know about that. I also develop recipes, command recipes in chat if you'd like to find some of those on the internet. And that's all I got. Let me show you the cookies that we made today, and we will go from there. If you can make Skittles not look weird, it's a good challenge. I believe you, Skittle Jello. I mean, I'm thinking Skittle flavored Jello, but that also tracks. Paulie G. Willikers, welcome in. Bambi Wambi, hello. Nice to have you. But yes, I do appreciate some familiar faces. I happen to know some of y'all's names from Patrick's chat. I lurk quite frequently there. Yes. What's the new way? Landrelli says, the new way to make a heart is apparently like this. Like you stick your thumb out like it's the fucking aorta or something. I don't even know, but I was like, we used to do this. And then my son was like, I was like, but now the kids do this. And he's like, the kids don't do that, Dad. The kids do it like this now. And I was like, you fucking get out. Get out. Yeah, finger, thumb. I don't even know. He'll be down in a little bit and maybe he'll show you, but I have no idea. Warzy, I'm not sure my fingers can do that. It took a little while to figure out how to do this. And now that this isn't the way to do it anymore, I'm mad. I'm mad because I'm like, I just learned how to just do that now. I could even do it with someone else if you wanted to do like the dual heart thing. I don't know. Whatever. I'm 41 years old and I will never be with it again, and that's fine with me. Anyway, you can just wave. I'm like, just do this, whatever. The thumb and the index finger? No, I don't. I can't. I don't know what any of this means. Do you want a cookie that tastes like broccoli? I mean, they're not, okay, these cookies are not vegetable forward. What we're making today comes from this cookbook, 108 Asian Cookies by Lieu. Kat is one of the founders of Subtle Asian Baking. She has, this is her second cookbook. I think her first cookbook was called Modern Asian Baking. But this one is called 108 Asian Cookies. We have made 3 cookies from this. We made one with black sesame. We made one that had sriracha in it. And these are what we've been working on today. I have a bunch of cookies here. Oh, this one just fell off the tray, so we'll break this one open. I also need to clear off my counter here. When y'all raided in, we were just cleaning up a little bit, and getting prepped for packaging. So we do a couple things on stream, on Cookie Club stream. We bake and then we package. So these. Actually, I'm going to move, where am I going to move these? No, I want these, I want those over there, these right here. I have one other tray that is on the counter here. This is cooled down enough that I can just move the cookies off this tray. That is cooled down enough that I can grab it with my hand. You know how I know that? Because I did it without thinking about it. Could have been bad. It was. Could have been bad, but it wasn't. So. If it falls, it's mine. Yeah, exactly. That's pretty accurate. I also we have several cats that live in this house. So when I do Cookie Club days, I put the cats. Well, today Gwen did, but we put the cats away so that they are not trying to get onto the counter, because otherwise half the cookies would just be theirs. But we don't allow them around on Cookie Club days. Okay, so here's where we're at. We have our bunch of cookies here that are ready to go. This is several trays. We have one tray in the oven that has 2 minutes left on it. But these are the cookies that we have. This is very small. So this is a spicy ginger chai cookie, and we're gonna do 3 of these in Cookie Club this time around. So when you open this up, it's much more solid than it was previously, but that's as close as I can zoom in. That's the inside of it. It's very cake-like. It doesn't spring back, but it's got a lot of what do they say? What kind of asinine thing do they say? It's got a good crumb. Talk about sounding like pretentious. Anyway, it's fucking great. It's got chunks of ginger in it. When I say spicy, when the recipe says spicy, they mean spiced. Like, it has a lot of different spices in it. 9 says they look thicker than I thought they would be. Cut to me being confused, because here's the picture of this cookie, right? The picture of this cookie doesn't really have a lot of context for the size or the shape. It's just, is this cookie 1 inch wide and 1 inch tall, or is it completely flat? Like, I mean, obviously it's on a page, so it's completely flat, but you know what I mean. Is this, like, what is this? And it doesn't exactly say what shape it's supposed to be. So imagine my surprise when I started baking these and they didn't flatten at all. And I was like, what's going on here? They did crack. They did set around the bottom. So like the things that I was supposed to look for were present, but the shape was like, that's weird. That's not what I was expecting. So anyway, they look great. They taste great. They look unexpected. That's what they look like. My timer just went off. I've got fresh ones to come out of the oven. But they're 3 bites. They're basically like 2 bites per cookie. So usually when we do Cookie Club, they're in packages of 2. This time we're going to be in packages of 3. So this is what they look like fresh out of the oven, which is basically what they look like when they go into the oven, just cracked. I don't know what else to say. They look very similar. Anyway, these are cooled down, and we are going to start packaging these now because that's still going to take a little while. And my time, I'm on the East Coast, as I mentioned. I'm in Philadelphia. My time, it is 17:38. It is 5:38 p.m. I also need a drink. Hold on. Oh my God. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that we meaning adults, killed the whole 6-7 thing. Because fuck, that was annoying. There was like a minute or two where like the kids owned that one, and then like the adults got a hold of it, and like the 40-year-olds started saying it and doing the thing, and now it's like dead. It's so dead. Anytime I see it now, the kids are like, shut up, it's not cool anymore, man. And I'm like, yeah, that's right. You wait, it'll happen to you. You'll become an old loser just like me. Okay. What was I saying? Right. These are ready to package. I forget which of these. No, this one was the first one out of the oven. Okay, got it. Purdue. Oh my God. Yeah, when big corporate is doing chicken nuggets in the shape of children's slang, it is dead as fucking dead can be. Like, that is, I did not know that. And now no word of a lie, I'm going to look for those and see if I can find them at the store and just beat that meme into the ground even harder because I can't stand it. And I'm not one of those old man yells at clouds people. I just like, it's just a weird one to me. I'm like, come on, y'all. Do better. Do better. Here's our vacuum sealer. So this is this has been a good little vacuum sealer for me, except the times when it hasn't. But hopefully today is not one of those times. We have our bags all ready to go. I keep shuffling these cookies around because I'm not sure which side of the counter I want to vacuum seal from. But they do need an older sibling to be like, Shosh, dude, Mom says that. You can't say that anymore. It's not cool. It's fine. Mom doesn't know what's cool anyway. Truly. Liz asks, what's for dinner tonight? Leftover pizza from last Thursday's stream. It was in the fridge and is frozen. We also have leftover pasta from Monday night. So Gwen just came in and got herself a bowl of leftover pasta. Calvin is going to have something after karate. I don't know what, but I'm leaving the oven on so I can just heat up some pizza in there because that's what I'm going to have. I need to check and see how many bags I actually need to make, which is on my spreadsheet. I have a spreadsheet of information that is important.
I'm great at math.
There we go. Where is this spreadsheet? What is it called? There it is. Okay. Okay. I actually, hold on. And I also have, hold on. I just opened up my own live stream. Whoa, we can't do that. Okay. That's good. No. Yes. Sorry. I know I'm just being very vague. 1 plus. Okay. So we have that one. I have a whole thing that does all the math for me. I know that won't be a surprise to anybody here. So Okay, good. We had a lot of folks. 32 bags. 32 bags of cookies. That is 96 cookies. Yeah. So what I do is the math is up. I do how many bags could I possibly have to have, which includes people who have who won, who haven't responded yet for some reason or another. So I know that I have 55 bags in this pile because when I did the math for 2 cookies. So I made 55 bags without needing 55 bags. So that's fine. You know what? I'm actually going to turn the oven off because it's 5:43 and I can just turn it on again in an hour if I need to turn it on. So yes, we do those 30. What do they even say? 32? 32. Yeah, thank you, Fudge Darling. Fudge Darling's like, I got you. Those 32 bags include Lisa and Lisa, who work at the post office, who hand enter all of the addresses on all of these little boxes. And it includes Calvin's 3 teachers. So we do cookies for the teachers and cookies for the post office folks. So I combine a few extra little niceties in there. Listen, if I'm making cookies in a volume like this on a regular basis, I'm going to give some to the teachers of my kid so that when such time arises that when such time arises that they need to call home for some reason, they're a little softened up. Same reason that I chaperone field trips and like volunteer with the PTA and the school council. Like the same reason I'm just like extremely involved in general is because I want to be as part of that community as possible. So like if there's an issue, I can like just go talk to the principal and it's not a surprise. They know who I am. They know who my kid is. Like they know what kind of cookies I've made them before, like that kind of thing, you know? So it's a little bit self-serving and it's nice and it serves an end. I'm going to wash my hands before I start packing these cookies. Let me just do that real quick here. Because like before I put before I put gloves on to do this, I also just want to wash my hands because you should. Because you should. Okay. Alrighty. Well, this is going, honestly, like these cookies were easier to make than I thought they would be. They were a bit confusing, so like we had to deal with a little bit of confusion, but like y'all have hung out here before. You're aware that confusion is part of the process. And if you're not, now you know. And if you're new, wait, there's more. There's plenty more. There will be more confusion. Don't worry. We'll get a lot more confused as time goes on. Damn it. This fucking glove. I like turned that glove inside out and now I can't get it to go. Let's get a new one. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Did Calvin taste one? No, he didn't. He didn't. They weren't quite cool enough. They weren't ready when he came down. All right, when he came in. 32 bags. Let me count these out because I just want to make one pile and have it be the right number of bags. And I don't actually, I think this is 55 bags, but I would rather count out 32 than subtract 32 from 55. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 30, 31, 32. Yeah, Daisy's around. Daisy can't get on the counter, so we worry less about Daisy being present during the cookie time. Daisy's Daisy's generally not a threat to get on the counter and get her fur everywhere. Her fur also doesn't fly through the air like the cat's fur. I know that if I had a commercial kitchen and I was making food for sale, that would not be allowed either. But we're not, so I'm less concerned about it. Grace, welcome in. Is he going to karate? It's 5:48. Callie! Yeah. It's 5:48. Karate's in 12 minutes. Mom told you didn't want to go. No, she didn't say anything about it. She said that she was eating dinner before karate and you were going to eat after. I don't care. I'm just letting you know that it's you got to leave if you're leaving. You're not going. Okay. Did you finish all that stuff on your list then? Did you do your reading? Gwen, I gave him things to do. I didn't give him any chores. I gave him things to do to get ready for our trip that he should be responsible for, like getting his clothes together. He doesn't want to go. Okay, I didn't know that. I'm just looking at the time and noting what time it is. And I wanted him to know before you came downstairs and it became an emergency. I don't care if he goes or not. I didn't know that he wasn't going. Okay? I didn't know that. I'm just looking at the time. We are going to package these cookies now. Sita, welcome in. Sita, can you take a look at your texts, or not texts, your messages, Discord, or Twitch whispers. If you don't mind. I sent you something. Okay, so we're going to seal this. These are hard enough now, we should be good. Oh, no, hold on, we don't want to seal that. We want to vacuum seal it, so we got to vacuum first. Okay. Now, will these crush? How much pressure can they take? A lot. Okay, good. Good. I wanted to give these first ones a good squeeze so that I knew whether or not they were just going to like, or if they were going to like, whatever. No, these are pretty good. So we're gonna seal a bunch of these now. The ones in the tray are all cool. And this is what the packaged cookies look like. This is what they're gonna look like. Maybe a little less sealed than that. Yeah, they are pretty dense. I wasn't sure. They're very cake-like, so they're pretty. They're dense. These squeezed in just a little bit on the back, so I'm going to give them a little. I over squeezed this one. I gave it more pressure than I thought it needed because I wanted to know, because I literally wanted to know. Okay, I'm moving these things out of the way though. Let's put this right there. They look like meatballs. They do look like meatballs. That's accurate. Very accurate. Okay. Now, these are perfect. That is perfect. I don't want the bottom to get pressed in. So like just to the part where they're sealed is ideal. And they're small enough that the packaging seals in between them too, which is kind of nice. Whereas he asked, do I have a large cookbook collection? You know, I don't actually. I have a few. I have like, you know, those IKEA carts that have like the 3 shelves that are just like metal, like a metal sort of kitchen cart type of thing. They're not that big. They're like, I don't know, less than 2 feet wide. I have one of those that has cookbooks on it. So I probably have, less than 30 cookbooks. And of those, I maybe use 10 of them with any frequency. I use maybe a few more for reference sometimes, but I don't have like a big collection, mainly because I don't like spending money on them. They're not, I mean, I get, every once in a while, I'll be like, this is a cookbook that I want to buy, and I will. This particular one, the 108 Asian Cookies one, was one that I was like, okay, it came out, I bought it. Like, I wanted it, I was very interested in it, and I bought it, and I've been very happy with it. So that's been good. There's a couple other ones that I've used quite a bit. The 100 Cookies cookbook, we've done several, probably 4 or 5 different recipes from there for Cookie Club. But then I have a couple that are just reference books that I use frequently. How to Cook Everything by Mark Bittman is one of them. The Vegetable Butcher by Cara Mangini is a good one that I go back to pretty frequently. The New Best Recipe by America's Test Kitchen I use regularly for a reference. The Joy of Cooking I've gotten into more recently, just again as like a reference for things. But I don't like collect cookbooks. Kathy, I hope you enjoy your dinner tonight. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for your company. We're working through. We're working through now. So that's good. If he's not doing karate tonight, that means I'm not on a like 7 p.m. dinner timer either. So that's good. Salt, Fat, Acid, Heat. Yes, that one is really good. Simin Nasrat is I think she's like a reluctant author in some ways. I feel like that's what she's said. That book is really good for like the stories in it too. Not just it has a lot less recipes than a normal cookbook. And it's a lot of like just writing too, which I kind of love. Because when I do get a new cookbook, I read it. Like I will read it like a book, like the blurbs, all the stuff in it. Like I go through it and really like get into what the author is actually like saying. The Crumbs Cookie Book from Phaedon. I'm not familiar with that one. I appreciate a good cookbook. I don't always like buy them. I do every once in a while. I'll get 1 or 2 out of the library, because the libraries always have a decent enough collection of cookbooks, and you can go there and look at them and read them and like make a thing or 2 out of them, and then let someone else do it. Let someone else use it. So I think that's great. I think supporting your public library through using a cookbook, like especially if it's just 1 or 2 recipes that you want to make out of a thing, I think that's honestly the best way to go. Doing like purchasing, the cookbooks are expensive too though, so like unless you have a sort of a personal connection to it, I think I tend to just like get it from the library and look at it and read it, and then if it's something I really want, I might buy it, but that's rare. A good informative book like that, though, like Salt, Fat, Acid, Heat, is, I think it's worth buying because you're going to learn a lot from it, not necessarily for the recipes. Oh, the Hoopla subscription. Yeah, if your library participates in that, it's great. I didn't realize for a long time that the library even had cookbooks. That was like a thing that you could go. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why I didn't know that, but it's certainly a thing that I have taken advantage of. I've gotten a couple that I've used more recently. There's one that I liked for camping. A friend of the stream bought it, gifted it to me, called Cook It Wild. Cook It Wild, which is all about like camping stuff, like campsite cooking, that type of thing. And that one was really cool. The real OTC. You know, I have a clip of you asking me this from before, and me acknowledging that Roman Reigns exists as a human, but also acknowledging that I don't know who that is. I'm aware now of who that is because, yes, you have asked me this question before. Hello, again. That's so specifically. This is so specific. It's very funny. There's some, what's the other book I have that I like? Beans. It's just called Beans. It's by Eliza Green, which is really funny. It says, only acknowledge John Cena. We were talking the other day. So here's a question for y'all. And I feel like some folks in chat might have different opinions here because of age. Who is a bigger wrestling person, superstar, who is known specifically for wrestling? So here's an example, right? And there's two people who are part of this. This is an A or B choice. So, for example, like The Rock, right? Like, we know who The Rock is, Dwayne The Rock Johnson. The Rock is well known as a wrestler, but I feel like The Rock may be known more now in culturally and have had a greater presence in like movies and pop culture than he ever did as a wrestler specifically. But do we think that as a pure person known just for wrestling, that John Cena is the same as, bigger than, or less known culturally than Hulk Hogan was at his peak? Who had more cultural awareness as a wrestler, not an actor, not a politician, not a cultural superstar, but purely as a, like, if you were to say this person's name, they would be, most people would be like, that's a wrestler, right? Like, we know that The Rock is popular, but The Rock is also popular for a lot of things. For example, there's probably a lot of people who are like, you mean that guy from Jumanji? No. But yeah, you're like, no, I'm talking about you mean Robin Williams? Like, no. No. Yes, but no. Lishmoni says Hulk for his time. He's up there with Hulk. You're saying John Cena is less known? Roman beat John Cena at SummerSlam. Yeah, and I guess, see, for me, I know who John Cena is as a wrestler. I've heard of him. And I am not plugged into any of these things. Like, I am aware of this Reigns fella now because of other things. Specifically, like your question in chat. Yeah, we did have a monoculture. It was like kids were, yeah, and that's sort of where my head is at. Is like there was just less media too. When there's like 3 television channels and all of them are like have like Hulk commercials on, right? And the only media the kids are exposed to is TV. It's like, yes, but like he was probably more culturally aware, but because of the media environment, not because there were more cumulative people who knew about him. Like, I think more cumulative people know about John Cena, but I don't think that your average person would be able to like peg him if you saw him, like a picture of him. I think a lot of people would be like, I don't know who that is, but they've heard the name, whereas Hulk is like, you know, mustache and yellow shirt, like this who's this guy? You know what I mean? Macho Man. Oh yeah. See, like, and these are, and I feel like my opinion on this is also skewed because I am because I am of a certain age. But like, you know, my kid knew who Hulk Hogan was, and he's 10. I don't know. Is there anyone who's like more culturally known? I think more people know The Rock, but like, again, he's just everywhere. He's just more involved in everything. All right, these are coming along really nicely. They're sealing up really well. I'm happy with these. There was definitely a lot of them. Yeah, these are the perfect little like 3 cookie packet though. 2 of these would not be enough. 3 is like the right amount. Oh, it's funny because they're 25 gram cookies, so there are actually more cookies in this packet by volume than there usually are. It's usually the cookies that I make are either 25 to 35 grams, whereas these are 25 each. So there's 75 grams worth of cookie in each of these. Math. Golden milk latte. Heck yeah. I would probably also microwave these for like 15 seconds. That's my my usual when I really want to enjoy, like when I eat them generally, like cookies, I don't warm them up. I just get them out of the cabinet and like, you know, whatever. But if I really want to enjoy it, I'll heat it back up for like a little bit. Maybe in the oven if the oven was on, maybe in the microwave, something like that, you know. Just kind of give it a little extra heat to soften it up a little bit too. It's just like with bread, when you get bread and you have oh, bot's gone, the bot's like gone haywire. What are we doing here, bot? The bot just posted that like 4 times. Okay, we get it. Listen, if you're a food and drink streamer and you're within the sound of my voice and you're not in the Twitch Creator Club, our bot really wants you to know that you should join the Twitch Creator Club for food and drink. I don't know why. It is very enthusiastic about the Food and Drink Creator Club, as are we all, really. It's been just almost. Has it been almost a year? Almost a year. All right, we're through the first tray. The first tray was are the first two. We've packaged 40 some cookies ish. Idis, if you did just sign up and you haven't gotten in yet, they process the applications by hand, like a human processes them, and they are generally speaking a little bit slow, and currently speaking a little behind. So just FYI, if you don't hear back immediately, like that's why. And if you don't hear back and it's been like a long time, feel free to shoot me a message and be like, hey, I haven't heard anything, and I will follow up on your behalf. Because we have a separate little channel for the folks who are chatting directly with the very few Twitch folks that are included. And there's like across the creator clubs, there's like 3 Twitch staff who handle like over 10,000 people. So they handle all of the apps for all of the clubs. So IRL, music, Roblox, makers and crafting, food and drink, like all the different categories, retro. So, you know, they don't get to the applications every day. I would love it if they would. It would be great if they handed over some of the approval process to the advisors or founding advisors for those clubs, but like it's like an officially sanctioned Twitch thing, so I get why they don't. But anyway, Orzi, that's definitely, if you haven't heard back either, that's definitely why. But again, I'm happy if you shoot me a message on Discord and be like, hey, it's been a couple weeks, like I am happy to ask for clarity on timing. There's a couple folks who would be happy to do that. There's 5 advisors to the food and drink club. Myself, Kanara, A Recipe Reborn, Dana's Kitchen, and the Hunger Service. So if you reach out to any of us, we're happy to help with any of those types of things. Any like specifically creator club questions. Yeah, if it was a no, you'd definitely hear something. And if it is a no, that definitely reach out to me. Because I wouldn't understand why that's the case. All right, we're moving. I have no idea how far into the stack we are. I see cookies over here, and I see bags over here, and I see full bags of cookies over there, and we're just moving along. There's no I don't know where we're at. I'm not going to count either. I'm just going to keep doing this until we're finished. But we have cookies going, and I know that I'm not going to need any more than 32 bags. So as long as I fill all the bags in this pile, even if folks respond later this evening, I will still be able to have cookies for them. My goal is to not have to vacuum seal more than once. If I have leftover cookies that are vacuum sealed and they end up in my house, okay, cool. Yeah, if you're only doing one cookie stream a week, that's totally fine. I think the requirements are you just have to have streamed into the category like more than a handful of times. So it's not really there's not really a lot of gatekeeping that happens. I think you have to be an affiliate, but I don't even, I actually don't even know that that's completely required. I know that you are, but I'm not actually positive you have to be. But yeah, the creator clubs are great. And if you stream other things too, if you're hearing the sound of my voice and you are a music streamer, DJs, have their own club. IRL, if you're a gamer, tabletop gaming. If you do crafts or art or painting or IRL streams, those all have their own clubs too. And the point of those clubs is to support folks that are doing those types of streams and create community within the Twitch space, to be able to have questions and common projects, things like that. So it's sort of worth getting involved, even if you just join the Discord and like lurk. As you can imagine, I'm more of a behind the scenes type of person who's like, let me help organize the thing, but not actually like do the responses in Discord every day type of person. I don't even respond to my text messages every day. Yesterday, I had some like, I had like a personal admin sort of day, and I responded to like a couple text messages that have just been on my list, like my phone, have been on my phone, but have been on my list of like, oh, I need to like, oh, I really should like reach out to that person or say hi to that, or like respond to this thing. And I did that yesterday, and I felt so accomplished. I was like, oh, I actually communicated. Yay, go me. What are you doing? Okay. Okay. Why don't you try one of those cookies that's on the counter? Spiced ginger chai cookies.
Are they really hot?
Hot? Like spicy? No.
No.
They're also not hot.
Okay.
No, they're perfectly fine to eat. You can eat that.
I'll have my reaction down here.
Interesting?
It's really good. Yeah.
Yeah, that was an interesting. Not a like, that was amazing, but a like, interesting. I think these are adult cookies in a way of like, not that they're like filled with booze, but they're semi-sweet, I think is the term that floats around in this book quite a bit is not too sweet. And that is how I would describe these. Where did I get the tea powder? Reluctantly, I will tell you that I got it off of Amazon. Because I literally could not find it anywhere else. I searched for it on Instacart in my in the city. Like Instacart does, lots of grocery stores, and nobody had it. So
That was really good.
you like that?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Do you want some watermelon to accompany your Fritos? Okay.
I'm also having a big bar for the company.
Okay. Why don't you get a little bowl and get the watermelon out? Because I'm packaging cookies right now. I don't. Or don't. Have some after dinner. Do you want pizza or pasta for dinner?
What was the pasta?
The pasta was Monday. It was the chicken pesto shrimp pasta.
Oh, I want some of that.
You want that? Okay. Yeah, not too sweet, Warzy. That was the descriptor. They the author really like kind of harps on how that was a thing that her grandmother would say. Like, oh, I like it because it's not too sweet. And a lot of the things in here are flavor forward as opposed to
It's behind the
sugary. So I think that a lot of these recipes have that where like, this is sort of, it's
savory and sweet.
Yeah, it's very good. It is sweet. There's lots of sugar in here, but it's also like, it has tea in it. It has lemongrass paste in it. Like, it's not a chocolate chip cookie.
But it's still very good.
Yeah, it has a lot of like nuance of flavor to it, which I appreciate.
Could
Not
you
that I-
please close
not-
this? I'm I'm not good at closing.
Just put it back in the fridge the way it is. Yeah, balance. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, 9. It's the
That's what they say in Germany.
what?
9.
9. No.
Oh.
Anyway.
Okay.
I tried to look. I tried to source it from somewhere in the city here, but I could not get it. Now, I will admit that I did not go to one of the the big Asian grocer that's on Washington Avenue in South Philly, which is not on Instacart. But like they did not have tea powder that I could have ordered from like H Mart either. So I was like, I don't know. I'll just order it. I'll order it from Amazon and suck it up and like. I rarely order from Amazon, but for things like that where I'm like, I really want this specific, very, very specific thing, sometimes it is the way to go. I'm averse to dough chilling too, 9. I hate when a recipe's like rest the dough for 24 hours. I'm like, I just won't make that recipe. That's my solution to that is I won't make that one. Now, that said, we did a recipe on stream for one of the Cookie Club editions that did require resting. It was for, what month was that? It was the last time we did it, I had taken a month, not off, but like, it was like a double. Oh, it was over the summer. It was because for some reason, I didn't do Cookie Club in the beginning of August last year, probably because it was summer. And I just didn't. But we did a recipe that was you had to make toffee, you had to make 2 separate pieces of the cookie before you could even make the dough for the cookie. And then when you made the dough, you had to rest the dough for like, it was like a 24-hour rest for the dough. So generally I avoid those kinds of recipes because I do not love having I don't love having to wait. When I do Cookie Club recipes, and one of our moderators, Liz in the OC, who I hope their call went well, posts all sorts of really good cookie recipes in Discord. And usually those, Liz has been around for a long time on the stream, very, very, very nearly since the beginning. And knows very well that I too hate the chilling process of cookies. So often the recipes that she posts in Discord in the Cookie Chat channel are like super tailored to Cookie Club, the process that I prefer. So if you're ever looking for like good, no rest recipes, that's a good way to find them. All right. Well, we have only 1 packet left after this. Satisfied? Have a cookie. Gwen, you want to react? You want to react?
No.
No, she doesn't want to react. Mrs. H, thank you for hanging out today. Shit. Her reaction was, Slow nod.
I like
She likes them a lot, she said. That was go ahead.
savory gingerbread.
Savory gingerbread, she says. I got to tell you, from my perspective, that was really fun to watch. Your face, because your initial reaction was like, I don't know, because it was ginger that hit.
They get better at the
Yeah, because the ginger hits you first, right? It's like too much. There's like all this spice, and then there's ginger, and then you're like, oh, that's good. You can have another. These are for the house.
How come they're so small?
That's just what they look like.
These are for the house?
Yeah, that tray. This is the last bag. She just took 2. Good. Well, that was good. That was good feedback right there. We like that kind of feedback. So, go ahead. You can let the cats out now if you want, because I'm sealing the last bag. Yes, cookies are indeed, not Yeti, family approved. Both family members had a cookie and said they were good. Yeah, no, she's not like super like desserts. Like Gwen is more Gwen's like sweet tooth aligns with candy more, like hard candy, lollipops, Jolly Ranchers, that type of thing. She doesn't go in as much for like cakes, like pastries. Like she does, but not in the same way that I will eat like 5 apple turnovers and still want more. You know, like she likes croissants. But yeah, cookies are like yes, but like the like constant craving for them is not as keen as it is for me. That's why we do cookie club instead of candy club, because that's where my cravings are. Maybe we'll just make a hard candy next month instead. Could be. I've never made hard candy. Because you were looking at me. Yeah. I see it. I have no idea what that is. Is it light or heavy? It looks light. It's light? Okay, it's a bunch of takeout containers. We're out of takeout containers, and instead of ordering more takeout, I just ordered the containers. Because I like getting them from the takeout place, but also, you know. Yeah, it is, Mrs. H. It is a good sign if the cookies get stolen. Yeah, and I'm very happy with these. I'm extremely happy with how they turned out. I'm gonna put these in a container though. Maybe 2 containers. Let's see. Will they fit in here? I haven't actually. Yeah, these are solid now. I'm pretty happy with all of these. I was a little worried that they were when they first came out that they were going to be too cake-like, that they were going to be really soft, and that I wasn't going to be able to package them because they like compressed too much. But I think they've really kind of firmed up as they've cooled. So that's a really good thing. Let me wipe this counter off here. What is a prosperity cookie? I am very unfamiliar with that term. I want pizza for dinner, so I'm going to turn the oven back on. Because I'm going to put my pizza in the oven. How do y'all reheat pizza? I either do it completely in the oven or I do a combination of microwave for like 5 minutes on a really low temp so that it thaws, and then I put it in a preheated cast iron pan. That's my favorite move. Thaw it off, crisp the bottom. All right, we have a ton of cookies now. This is definitely the largest send I've done for Cookie Club. We're gonna send I don't even know how many boxes. We did 15, 16, 17 winners, plus the folks that were guaranteed cookies because of their anniversaries, which I actually don't remember how many that was. It was, I think, 5 or 6 folks that had anniversaries this month. So if you were still hanging around, this is not addressed. Okay. I'm like, is this what, this is what you can expect your cookies to arrive in, this type of package. This exact package. One of you is going to get this exact box, in fact. It looks like this. It has a little sticker on it. It has my P.O. box address, a little fragile sticker that the post office wants me to put on there. And then you'll see a little thing that says open here. And you're going to cut along the bottom, and it opens like that. And inside is going to be a little thing with some stuff in it. And then the cookies will be in here, nestled amongst some newspaper. So that is what you can expect in the mail if you are getting cookies this month or any month, because I've got, I don't know, several hundred of these boxes at the house. So we're not going to get away from using these anytime soon. These are the boxes for the foreseeable future, as are the bags and cards and all the other stuff that comes in that box. It's definitely a process. Now, it used to take me a lot longer to do Cookie Club, to like get everything organized and prepped, and like all the like things that need to happen for Cookie Club. Now it doesn't take that much time. I say that. I mean, it takes a good couple hours, but it's not a big imposition. It's not as big of an imposition as it was. Not that it was ever an imposition. However, it used to take a lot longer. Okay, let's talk about what we're doing next week. So next week, we had lots of cookies. I'll show you how these turned out. Again, I'm looking to figure out where we're going to raid today. There's quite a few folks streaming in food and drink, so I think we're going to stick around in the food and drink category. Man, you know what? Y'all who watch food and drink, right? Do you get as annoyed with these 24-hour like food stream channels as I do? I fucking hate them. I hate those channels. Let me tell you why I hate them. Because they take up space within the category from actual people who like myself. And I'm going to bitch about this for like just a second. Not that long. And really, I'm not, it's just annoying, whatever. And they're fine. They're allowed to be there. But I fucking hate the fact that they stream in food and drink and not 24/7, because it's like pre-recorded, like best street food. Right now, food vids, 24/7 food channel. Best street food. Ham Hock. All of these channels literally are just 24-hour food video streams. Like, if you want that, just literally go to YouTube. Like, I get Anthony Bourdain TV. Get the fuck out. Pastry Loop. Fun for Free. Street Food 24. Masters of Chocolate. Street Bites. Fueled by Gosney. Like, all of these channels are 24-hour video channels that take away views from people who are actually cooking in the category. Sorry, rant over. It makes it hard to find people to raid if I look at the category. Literally, that's it. That's it. It makes it harder to find people to raid because I am like, is this a 24-hour channel? Oh yeah, okay. You're talking about Putrovision, the moldy rice in the jar. Yes, Putrovision is gross, and also, I'm not gonna lie, I've definitely turned that one on before. Before streamers in the food and drink category really took off, it's a replacement for Food Network. And I get that. And I definitely get that. And I have certainly myself watched the Anthony Bourdain TV. I've watched the Street Food channel. Like, I've watched the channels. Like, I'm not averse. I would prefer that the curated channels that have non-live content stream to a category where it is not live content. I think that's my my real frustration is that they're in a channel with people who are live competing with people who are, you know, they're competing with people who are there and live. That's all. That's like, there is a 24/7 category on Twitch. I would love it if they streamed there instead. I'm not saying they shouldn't be on the platform. I'm saying I think they clog up the space. That's what the point that I'm making. Okay. Point made. They have a right to exist and a right to be there. I just wish they were not mixed in with live real people. That said, we are not rating one of those channels today. I am actively looking for food and drink to see who's online. If there's anyone that I know who I want to take us to, I think it would be nice, perhaps, if they're live here. I also had to refresh my page. So let's go see. Okay. We should talk to the Twitch Club folks. They are aware. They have been informed. 9. I will definitely say that we've tried to die on that hill a couple times before. You know what? I would actually like to take us to a friend of the stream who is live. He's only been live for 24 minutes. So this is the beginning of the stream. We have not rated this person before, but they have rated here. I've met this person in real life. They are a really dryly humorous human who is genuinely themselves on stream and in person. But before we do that, let's start. And it also says that their content is intended for certain audiences, may contain drugs, intoxication, or excessive tobacco use, significant profanity or vulgarity, violent and graphic depictions. They work in a liquor store and are literally streaming in from the liquor store. So like, yes, but anyway, I just says perfect. I know, right? We're gonna raid Call Me Ashik. Ashik is a friend of the stream. Ashik does stuff in the liquor store. Ashik has done IRLs out in the world. He does magnet fishing, which I've watched and is really fascinating and fun. But Ashik is very like funny, and as I said, like just a dryly funny human who I appreciate. So I want to encourage you to like hang out and just just listen for a little bit. And he's also very conversational. So, but let's talk about next week, because next week is the 4-year anniversary of the stream. So May 12th, 2022 is the date that I started streaming. That's my first stream. We did a trip prep stream. It was like 6.5 hours long. I prepped for a camping trip. It looked very different, but sounded very similar to the trip prep stream that we did on Tuesday. So we're bringing it full circle next week, and we're going to go camping. We did a camping trip last year. I took you all out to a campsite. We did a hike. We did some campfire cooking. We hung out a little bit. So that's what we're going to do next week. I think I have it on the calendar for Wednesday. However, I have been looking at the weather, and I think Thursday might be a better day. I have the campsite for either day. So I have Thursday's stream on the calendar as tentative. Either way, they would start around the same time. So next week, either Wednesday or Thursday, and we'll know this by Monday. I would say Monday is when I'm going to like make the call as to which day we're going to go. We're going to stream another day next week. If the trip is on Thursday, we're going to stream on Tuesday and do some recipe development on Tuesday. I'm not doing trip prep because we're going to cook at the campsite. I'm going to cook something simple. I don't know what we're going to cook, but it was probably going to be from the Cook It Wild cookbook that I mentioned earlier. So that's going to be next week. We're going to celebrate 4 years of streaming, and we're going to also celebrate 2,000 hours of time being live, because I crossed that threshold during Tuesday's stream. So Twitch let me know. I thought we were going to cross it during stream next week, but we streamed forever on Tuesday. So we just crossed the 2,000 hours worth of streaming. We're going to cross 4 years next week, and I would like to take you all out in the woods and just hang out a little bit at the campsite, because it's something I talk about on stream regularly, and we prep for. You see me prep for over and over and over. So that's what we're going to do. Sort of bring it full circle from the first stream, which was prep, over to a 4-year anniversary stream, which is like being at camp. So anyway, that's next week on stream. So we'll either be live like Tuesday and Thursday, or Tuesday and Wednesday. But we're going to be live twice next week. So this is what we made today, just to wrap it up. We made these spicy ginger chai cookies. They are small and cracked. When you open them up, they look quite fudgy on the inside. And when you taste them, they have a very subtle progression of flavor that goes from spices to ginger. You get the sugar on the outside. There's like chocolate in there. And then you're like, oh, that's tea. They have all sorts of good like flavor wrapped up in them. So I'm very, very, very happy with the way they turned out. I hope you are too. They also packaged really well, which is great. So we're going to head over and see Ashik. I hope he's still live. He should still be live. Yeah, he's still live. Okay, so we're gonna start that raid. Again, here's some goodbye sounds. Here's a couple raid messages in chat. If you're so inclined, feel free to copy and paste those, or don't. If you are lurking on Twitch, now is the time to hit the follow button. If you are lurking on YouTube, now is the time to hit the subscribe button, or any time really is a good time. Here's some social media links in chat for other places to find me on the internet. I'm going to drop a specific link to YouTube in the Twitch chat. It would be awesome if you would go there and subscribe to that channel. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you for your company today. I appreciate you. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and come on back to the live stream sometime